250 years.
A long road for a nation, and we're still walking it together. 250 candles burning in the dark since a spark in Philadelphia lit a rebel heart. Farmers took a musket, said we'll stand or fall, a fragile little promise written for us all. From frozen lines at Valley Forge to a brand new flag unfurled, a dream began to whisper to a watching world. 250 years of freedom in the wind, through the fire and the doubt we rise again. Every scar tells a story of the price we paid for the right to stand proud and unafraid. Through the storms, through the tears, through the fight to stay strong, we kept the light burning all along, and the world still sees that shining frontier. 250 years. There were days when the country nearly tore apart, brother against brother with a shattered heart. Fields turned into battlefields, hope hanging by a thread, praying that the Union wasn't already dead. But the better angels whispered through the pain, and we stitched a broken promise back again. 250 years of freedom in the wind, through the fire and the doubt we rise again. Every scar tells a story of the price we paid for the right to stand proud and unafraid. Through the storms, through the tears, through the fight to stay strong, we kept the light burning all along, and the world still sees that shining frontier. 250 years. From the beaches of Normandy to a rocket in the sky, from a march across a bridge to one small step nearby, every generation writes another line in the story of a dream that still survives. 250 years and the flag still flies, carried by the brave who gave their lives for the hope that every soul can stand up free in the land of possibility. Through the storms, through the tears, through the fight to stay strong, we kept the light burning all along, and the world still sees that shining frontier. 250 years of freedom here. 250 years. And the story's still being written,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Veterans Memorial Field in Little Falls, New York, home of the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. This is Dave Warner. I'm filling in for Pete, who is on his way from Syracuse. He'll make it by the second game, probably. We have a doubleheader tonight against the Utica Blue Sox, who are 17-5. They're 8.5 games back of Amsterdam. DiamondDawgs are 15-16, and they're 10 back. But this game is really important. DiamondDawgs in fourth place right now, and they don't want to lose twice here to the Blue Sox. So that'll give them a heck of a gap between the Blue Sox, who are in third place, and the DiamondDawgs. So on the mound for the DiamondDawgs tonight is Jack Donlin. He's out there warming up. Everybody's warming up. And on a day like today, it doesn't take much to warm up because it is hot as West Texas. There's a throw down to second base. And we're about to get underway. On deck for the Blue Sox is Michael Flashner, Caden Fry, and Jack Sweeney.
Now up to bat for the Utica Blue Sox, number 5.
And we are short in the booth up here, so there's 3 of us doing 5 different jobs. And so we'll do our best to keep you up to date on what's going on here. Flashner is the extra hitter for the Blue Sox. He steps in, and we're ready to get this doubleheader started. Here's a pitch from Donlin. Low for ball 1. We've got about a 15-mile-an-hour wind blowing out towards left center tonight, which helps a little bit with the heat. Here's a pitch from Dolan. Ball 2. Ump wanted to call it a strike. His arm twitched for just a second there. I thought he was going to go with it. He didn't. So it's 2 balls and no strikes to Flashner. Here's the pitch. High for ball 3. This is the kind of day where you don't want to have a lot of extra pitches. You want to hit that strike zone because it is hot. I'm going to mention that a few times because we are really hot up here in the booth. Here's the pitch. Call strike 1. Counts now 3 balls and 1 strike. Top of the first inning of a doubleheader here tonight in Little Falls, New York. Here's the pitch. Outside and away, and he walks Flashner. That brings up Caden Fry, who is number 14. He's a right-handed batter. Fry's the second baseman for the Blue Sox. Donlin's ready to go. He looks at first. Here's a pitch. Called strike 1. Flashner off of first base. Donlin checks him. Here's a pitch. That one's fouled down the first base line for strike 2. Donlin looks in, gets his sign. Checks the runner. Here's the pitch. High for ball 1. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner on first base. Nobody out here in the top of the first inning. And here's the pitch. Outside and high for ball 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner on first base, nobody out. Good breeze here in Little Falls. Here's the pitch. Runner's going. That's outside and away. Here's a throw to second base, and he's in time. So the runner's safe. Stolen base. And the count goes to 3-2 to Fry, who now has a runner in scoring position. Flashner takes a good lead off second base. Nobody's really holding him that tight. He's dancing around out there. Here's the pitch from Donlin. Outside and away for ball 4. So runners on first and second base for the Blue Sox. A lot of chatter coming from their dugout. They're fired up tonight. That brings Jack Sweeney to the plate for the Blue Sox. Donlin looks in, checks the runner on second. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 1. One ball, no strikes, nobody out. Runners on first and second for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch from Donlin. Outside and high for ball 2. Donlin needs to find that strike zone here. He can't afford to put more people out there. And here comes the pitching coach. He's going to go out there and talk to Donlin. The catcher's going out there as well. Going to have a little conversation, calm him down. Like I said, it is hot out here. I think it's 94 degrees, if I remember right. Checking it before I came in. So you want to conserve as much as you can out there on that mound and throw strikes. Umpire's going to make his way out there and say, okay, boys, break it up. And they do it before he's halfway out. So Sweeney steps in. Counts 2-0 with nobody out. Runners on first and second for the Blue Sox. Donlin looks in, gets the sign. Here's the pitch. Outside corner for strike 1. So far the talk worked. Two balls, one strike. Runners with good leads on first and second. Here's the pitch. Outside and high for ball 3. So that talk lasted one pitch, I think. Dogs do not want to get behind in the top of the first inning. That's not a good way to start the game. So Donlin looks in. Runner stands around on second. Here's the pitch. Outside and away. And he walks him. So that's 3 walks in a row. That brings Anthony Paratano to the plate. Catcher goes out to talk to Donlin. Little conference is over. Bases are loaded for the Blue Sox. Nobody is out. And Paratano's at the plate. Paratano's a right-handed batter. Runners are not being held. So they're taking some healthy leads. Donlin looks in, gets the sign, and here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 1. I want to cheer him on. But hey. Ella Mankey's up here in the booth here for Creative Outpost tonight. She's sweating too. His second pitch is high and away for ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes, nobody out, bases loaded, top of the first. Here's the pitch. Low for ball 3. So 3 balls, no strikes. I don't see any action in the Mohawk Valley bullpen down there, although they're a little bit hidden from me. Here's the pitch. Outside corner for strike one. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Kind of a wide strike zone on that one, but he'll take it. Here's a pitch from Donlin. That one fouled back for strike 2. So 3 balls, 2 strikes to Peritano. Donlin's got his sign. Here's the pitch. That one swung on and missed for a well-needed strikeout. So Peritano goes out swinging. That brings Kevin Francella to the plate. Francella's a right-handed batter. He's got bases loaded with only 1 out. Here's a pitch from Donlin. Outside corner for strike 1. Francella thought it was a little bit outside. Gave a look. Didn't count. So no balls, 1 strike. Bases loaded for the Blue Sox. Here's a pitch from Donlin. That one hit hard. Woo! Just missed the runner on third base. He hit the dirt. That was down the line, but foul. So that brings the count to no balls and 2 strikes to Francella. Donlin looks in. Here's the pitch. That one is hit down the first baseline, foul. So the count remains 0-2. Francella had a good idea if he'd put it in play. That one would have gone a long way, and at least 3 runners would have scored on that one. So no balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bases loaded for the Blue Sox. Here's a pitch from Donlin. Calls strike 3. Boy, Francella did not like that one. He thought it was high. That brings Connor Jones to the plate.
Number 1, Connor Jones.
Jones is the center fielder for the Blue Sox. He's a right-handed batter. Got 2 outs. Bases loaded. Here's a pitch from Donlin. Low and in the dirt. Stopped by the catcher for ball 1. Donlin looks in. Here's the pitch. In the dirt again, inside this time for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the first. Bases loaded for the Blue Sox. And here's the pitch. Outside corner for strike 1. Jones is shaking his head on that one, too. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's a pitch from Donlin. Outside and away for ball 3. So Donlin's been fighting back here. But this one's got to be a strike or there's going to be a run scored. Here's a pitch. That one's hit hard to left field. Left fielder is back. He's back. And that ball is gone. That is a grand slam by Connor Jones. Exactly the thing you didn't want. So Jones is coming around the plate to greet the other 3 runners. They do a hug fest at home. And the Blue Sox are on the board in the first inning here, 4-0 with 2 outs.
Now up to bat, number 18, R.J. Tomei.
So that brings number 18, R.J. Tomei, to the plate. Tomei's the first baseman for the Blue Sox. Here's a pitch from Donlin. Outside and away for ball one. Here's a pitch from Donlin. Low and inside for ball two. Here's a pitch. Called strike one. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Tomei. Here's a pitch. That one's hit back over the pitcher's head, out into center field. A little miscommunication between the second baseman and the shortstop. They both looked at each other and let the ball go out into center field. So single for Tomei. That brings Connor McCartney to the plate. McCartney's the left fielder for the Blue Sox. Got 2 outs. Got a runner on first base. Here's a pitch from Nolan. Called strike one. Donnelly looks in, checks the runner. Here's the pitch. Low for ball one. Two,
Now
sorry.
batting number
Ball
7,
two.
Connor McCartney. Ball gone.
So here's the pitch. That one is hit a little chopper to the third baseman, throws over to second base. And finally, that's the third out. So after half an inning, the Blue Sox are up 4-0, and we'll be right back after this commercial break.
We know pools. Garrity Pools and Spa are the experts in building and creating backyard memories for thousands of families. Garrity takes pride in offering only the highest quality in-ground Pacific pool and radiant above-ground pools that are built for upstate New York weather. Garrity offers only the best with BioGuard chemicals to keep your pool sparkling clean. Visit the professionals at Garrity Pools and Spa, 234 South Caroline Street, Herkimer, or GarrityPools.com.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
And we are back here at Veterans Memorial Field in Little Falls, New York. Blue Sox got off to an incredible start here with a Grand Slam home run. And they're ahead 4-0 as the DiamondDawgs come to the plate here at the bottom of the first inning. So it'll be Eric Diaz, Jake Hardy, and Kyle Coleman for the Dogs to start things off. On the mound for the Blue Sox is Jordan Aki. Diaz steps in. Diaz is a left-handed batter. He's a designated hitter. Here's the pitch from Aki. Swung on and missed by Diaz for strike one. Mackey's ready to go. Here's the pitch. That one's low for ball one. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out here. Bottom of the first inning. Blue Sox are up 4-0. It's hot, but there's a decent wind out there if you're out in the field. If you're up here in the box, it's just hot. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed by Diaz for strike 2. He almost didn't want to go for that one, but he did. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. So here's a pitch from Aki. That one's high and away for ball 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to Diaz, the designated hitter for the Dogs. He'd love to get something started here in the bottom of the first inning, at least close the gap a little bit. Aki looks in. Here's the pitch. That one's popped up down the third baseline. Third baseman and the catcher both chasing it down. The catcher, no, he couldn't get a glove on it. The wind had that ball just kind of swirling around out there. And I think there was a little miscommunication there, too, between catcher and the third baseman. So Diaz has another chance at it here with the count remaining 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ella's up here just, swinging her hands, thinking that breeze is going to help this heat, and it doesn't. Aki looks in. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3. Diaz thinks it was way low, has a few words for the umpire.
Now batting, number 4, Jake Hardy.
So that brings number 4, Jake Hardy, to the plate. Hardy's the right fielder for the DiamondDawgs. Hardy's a right-handed batter. Aki looks in, gets the sign. Here's the first pitch to Hardy. Outside and away for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Bottom of the first inning here. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back for strike 1. Every once in a while we get a breeze through this window up here in the booth, and it is helpful. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike to Hardy. That ball is inside for ball 3. So 3 balls, 1 strike to Hardy. Here's the pitch. Called strike 2. Inside corner and low. Hardy was kind of wondering about that himself. So both sides wondering about where the strike zone is. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That one is inside for ball 4, so Hardy draws a walk, and he'll take it. Dogs need runners. They need runs.
Now batting, number
So
25,
batting
Kyle Coleman.
right now, it's number 25, Kyle Coleman. Coleman's the second baseman for the Dogs. Aki looks in. And here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 1. Hardy takes the lead off of first. Aki looks in. Here's the pitch. That one's foul back over the dugout here. I didn't hear any car alarms go off, so we're good. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Bottom of the first inning. Dogs have a runner on first base. Aki looks over at him. Hardy's got a good lead. Here's the pitch. Called. Strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Coleman. Mackey checks the runner. Here's the pitch. Called, strike 3, outside corner. Coleman also had some words about that one. Didn't think that was even close. So the calls are consistent. Neither team likes them, but they stick. That brings Connor Scanlon to the plate, number 9. Connor's the first baseman for the Dogs. And Hardy is still on first base. Here's the pitch. Outside away for ball 1. Hardy's got a halfway decent lead. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Dogs down 4-0 here in the bottom of the first inning, and they've got a runner on first base. Here's a pitch to Scanlon. Hardy's running. Foul tip into the glove of the catcher. Maybe not the glove. Might have hit him because he had a frown on his face. Hit him somewhere there. But he's good. Umpire gives him a little break, walks the ball out to the pitcher so the catcher can catch his breath. He might have caught it in the chest or throat area there. So Scanlon steps in. A 1-2 count, 2 outs. Hardy on first base for the Dogs. Here's the pitch from Mackey. That one is popped up, foul. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. I don't see any kids out there tonight in the tennis courts or anything chasing balls, so that's gonna be one somebody finds later. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. And Scanlon strikes out. So after 1 full inning, Blue Sox are up 4-0. We'll be back in a minute.
At GPO, we understand every member's journey is unique. That's why our employees take the time to listen, understand, and deliver personalized solutions that fit your life. From budgeting to borrowing, we're with you every step of the way. Your journey, our commitment. GPO Federal Credit Union, committed to excellence.
Okay, we are back at Veterans Memorial Field. New pitcher on the mound for the DiamondDawgs is number 10, Nolan Gillis. And coming to the plate for the Blue Sox, number 34, Jack McWilliams, who's the designated hitter. So Gillis is ready to go. Here's his first pitch. That one is fouled down the third baseline. So no balls, 1 strike. Nobody out here. Here's a pitch from Gillis, outside and away for ball one. So 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. Chris is working hard to keep up with the scoreboard in the field here. The scoreboard in front of him. Here's the pitch. Foul tip for strike 2. Gillis looks in. He's got the sign. And here's the pitch. Outside corner for strike 3. I'm been pretty consistent on those. So McWilliams called out on strikes here. That brings Ian Wirtz to the plate, number 61.
Number 61, Ian Wirtz.
Ian's the catcher for the Blue Sox. Gillis looks in. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Here in the top of the second, here's a pitch from Gillis. Swung on and missed for strike 1. I almost said 2. He'll look back at me like, don't say it, don't say it. Yeah, no, I got it right. Here's the pitch. That one, a little chopper. Pitcher's got it. He picks it up, throw over to first base, not in time. So Wirtz beats Ed out. We're going to give him a single on that one because there was no play on that ball. A little chopper just down the third baseline. That brings the top of the order up to the plate. Number 5, Michael Flashner, the extra hitter
Now batting, number
for the
5,
Blue Sox.
Michael Flashner.
Flashner's a left-handed batter. Wirtz got a good lead off first. Here's the pitch. Inside and low for ball 1. So Gillis looks in, gets his sign, shakes it off, shakes the next one off. He likes the third one, checks the runner. Here's the pitch. Just missed the strike zone there. So 2 balls now, but that's where he wanted it. Gillis is checking the runner, giving him a long look. Here's the pitch. Inside and low for ball 3. Gillis shaking his head about that. And he wasn't mad at the umpire. He was mad at himself here. So 3 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch from Gillis. High for ball 4. So Flashner draws another walk. He walked his first time up. That brings Caden Fry to the plate. Fry walked the first time as well. So there's no balls, no strikes here. 1 out. Here's the pitch from Gillis. Outside and away for ball 1. Runners on first and second base for the Blue Sox. Here's a 1-0 pitch from Gillis. Swung on and fouled for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second for the Blue Sox. Gillis looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch from Gillis. Runners are going. Throw down to third base, not in time. So a double steal here. A great strike there from Fry. Looked like he was just trying to distract the catcher enough to delay him on his throw, and it worked. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Called strike 3. So he gets Fry looking, but the runners had advanced to second and third. So now Gillis has 2 outs out there. And that brings Jack Sweeney to the plate, who also walked his first time at bat. If you remember, we had a lot of walks to start off that first inning. Gillis looks in. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. So Gillis is ready to go here. Happy with the sign. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Inside corner for strike 2. I was going with the emotions of the batter there, who thought, darn, that's a ball. 0-2 count now with 2 strikes. Gillis would love to get out of this one with nobody scoring. Here's the pitch. Calls strike 3, and he does it. He gets out of it. So Sweeney wasn't happy with that one either. So after 1.5 innings here, Blue Sox are ahead 4-0. We're going to take a commercial break and be right back.
At Hummel's Office Plus, our customers remain our #1 priority. Hi, Central New York. This is Justin Hummel, CEO of Hummel's Office Plus. If you are in need of a reliable, competitive, and consistent business product supplier, give Hummel's a try. We offer customized pricing, free next-day delivery, and personalized service. With our wide assortment of office supplies, janitorial supplies, furniture, and everything else you need for your workplace, Hummel's is your go-to for all your business products.
All right, folks, we are back here at Veterans Memorial Field for the bottom of the second inning. Going to have Jake Dolan to the plate, Colin Richter, and then Ryan Payne.
Jack Dolan. What?
So we got more help up here in the booth. Josh showed up, so he's starting to integrate himself here. Hockey's still on the mound for the Blue Sox. Here's his pitch. Low for ball 1. Here's the second pitch for Maki. That one swung on and missed for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out here. Bottom of the second inning. Here's a pitch for Maki. Called strike 2. That spot that everybody shakes their head at, but the umpire's been pretty consistent. He's called it every time. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3, so quick strikeout for Aki there. That brings Colin Richter to the plate, number 28. Colin's the center fielder for the DiamondDawgs, and he's a left-handed batter. So nobody on base, 1 out here. Bottom of the second inning. Here's the pitch from Aki. That one outside and away for ball 1. Hockey looks in. Here's the second pitch. That one's low and in the dirt for ball 2. So Richter jumps out to a quick 2-0 count here. with one out. Hockey looks in. Here's the pitch. High and away for ball 3. And I'm pretty sure, without checking the signs, that Richter's probably going to be taking this pitch. Here's the 3-0 pitch. That one's high for ball 4, and Richter draws a walk. That brings Ryan Payne to the plate, number 27.
Now batting, number 27, Ryan Payne.
Payne's a right-handed batter for the Dogs. He's the shortstop. Here's the pitch from Hockey. Runner's going. Here's a throw down to second base. It's way off to the wrong side there, so runner safe. Stolen base for Richter. That's one way to get people in scoring position. So Hockey looks in. That was a called ball. And here's the pitch. High and away for ball 2. So Payne would love to get a hit. Try and get that run in off second base. Hockey looks in. Here's a 2-0 pitch. High for ball 3. Three balls, no strikes, one out. Bottom of the second inning. Blue Sox up 4-0. Here's the pitch. Called strike 1. Hockey looks in. We got a little breeze in the booth. A little zappy. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That one swung on a miss for strike 2. Big cut there from Payne. He wanted to get some of that. So full count now with one out. Runner on second base for the DiamondDawgs. Here's the pitch from Hockey. He's checking the runner, and here's the pitch. That one popped down the first baseline foul. Full count. Hockey looks in, checks the runner. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on a miss for strike 3. So Payne goes down swinging. That brings up number 29, Aiden Streeter, to the plate.
Now batting, number 29, Aiden Streeter.
Streeter's the third baseman for the Dogs tonight. He comes to the plate with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs. 39. That one, first pitch is high and away. I was helping Josh out with some numbers here from what happened before when he wasn't here in the booth. Number 39, Jack Donlin, started pitching for the Dogs. Hockey looks in. Here's a 1-0 pitch from him. That one is hit hard to center field. Looks like it's in the gap. And it is between the center fielder and left fielder. It's up against the fence, being thrown in. 1 run scores. Throw in is to the shortstop, but Streeter's in with a double. And that's just what the Dogs needed. Something to get something on the board here. And that brings Jaden Santiago, number 7, to the plate. Jaden's the catcher tonight. So Hockey looks in. Here's the pitch to Santiago. That one is hit hard. Deep left field. That ball up against the fence and left field. Left fielder's throwing it in quick to second base, but he's on with another double, and Streeter scores. So 2 doubles in a row here. Brings the top of the order up with Eric Diaz, number 14,
That was
ready to
James
step in.
Santiago with an RBI double. Now up to bat, number 14, Eric Diaz.
Diaz is the designated hitter here. He struck out the first time at the plate. But he probably wants to do a little bit more here, this time with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position on second base. So Hockey looks in. Here's the pitch. Inside corner for strike 1. Diaz shaking his head again. So no balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner on second base for the DiamondDawgs. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That went high for ball 2. It did not curl in like Hockey wanted there. Hockey's got the sign. Checks the runner. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Outside and away for ball 3. And Diaz is like, I've got you just where I want you. 3-1 here, the count with 2 outs, runner on second base. Dogs have gotten a couple across this inning, so they've cut the lead in half. Hockey looks in. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2. So full count now with 2 outs. Hockey gets the sign. Checks the runner. Here's a 3-2 pitch. That one's hit hard to the second baseman, who scoops it up, throws over to first base in plenty of time, and that ends the inning for the DiamondDawgs. But they cut the lead to 4-2, and we'll be back after a minute.
Spring into action and get started on your home projects with Little Falls Lumber. Get your free estimate today for that project, big or small. Little Falls Lumber. They're always happy to help.
Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations and speak to one of our knowledgeable salesmen about your next project.
At NBT Bank, we know that this day starts with this one. This day starts with this one. Because no matter how unforgettable the extraordinary days are, there's a lot of every day that leads up to them. You can count on NBT Bank to help you get started. NBT Bank, it starts here.
And we are back, folks, at Veterans Memorial Field here in Little Falls. A really hot evening. Air quality index just as bad. I don't know what it was, but the alert came up that it's bad. Dogs were able to cut the lead here for the Blue Sox to 4-2 now. Gillis is still on the mound for the DiamondDawgs, and up at the plate is Anthony Paratano, number 2. Here's a pitch from Gillis. Outside and away for ball 1. So Paratano struck out his first time at bat. Here's a pitch from Gillis. Inside and low for ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes, nobody out here in the top of the 3rd inning. Score is 4-2 Blue Sox. Gillis shakes off a couple of signs. Here's the pitch. Called, strike one. So here's the 2-1 pitch from Gillis. Outside in the dirt for ball 3. So, guess they said he went around on that one. So scratch that. It's 2-2. It's in the dirt, but it fooled him, fooled me. Here's a 2-2 count from Gillis. High for ball 3. Full count now. To Peritano. He'd love to start off with another series of walks here. Gillis shakes off. He's ready to go. Here's the 3-2 pitch, way outside for ball 4. So Peritano gets his way here with a walk. Blue Sox start the top of the third with a runner on first base and nobody out, and that brings number 32, Kevin Francella, to the plate. Francella struck out his first time at bat. So Gillis looks in. He's giving a long look to the runner over there. Doesn't have a big lead. Here's the pitch from Gillis. Inside and high for ball 1. No, he said it touched him on the elbow. So he's going to say he was hit by a pitch. And that puts 2 people on base. Tell you, if that hit him, that was a kiss. That brings number 1, Connor Jones, to the plate, who had the home run last time with the bases loaded in the first inning. So here's the pitch from Gillis. He's looking in hard. He's ready to go. Checks the runners. Here's the pitch. Bunt shown. But the ball was outside for ball 1. One way to do it, go from a home run to a bunt to advance the runners. So 1 ball, no strikes. To Jones. Gillis, here's the pitch. Called, strike 1. Jones didn't show bunt that time. He was swinging away. So 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. Top of the third here with runners on first and second for the Blue Sox, and they're going. Both of them are moving. And no throw made. Looks like Santiago couldn't get his hand on the ball properly, so that was a double steal, advancing the runners. And a called strike on the pitch. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runners on second and third now. Here's a pitch from Gillis. That one is hit hard right up the middle into center field for a single. 1 run is across. Here comes the second run. Throw to the plate is way high. And the second runner is in easily. So a single for Jones brings in 2 runs. And that puts the Blue Sox up 6-2 here.
RJ Tomei.
Number 18, RJ Tomei, is coming to the plate. He had a single his first time up. So nobody's out. Blue Sox have a runner on first base. Here's a pitch from Gillis. Runner is going again, and that ball is hit hard down the left field line, foul. The runner returns to first. And Tomei has strike 1 on him. Blue Sox playing some aggressive ball here. A lot of stealing going on. Throw back to first base. Trying to catch the runner off guard. Just a little snap throw from Gillis. But he gets back in plenty of time. Gillis checks the runner again. Says, if you're going to try and go on me, I'm going to try and throw on you. Here's the pitch. Inside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out here. Top of the 3rd inning, the Blue Sox have 2 runs across already and a runner on first. Gillis checks the runner. Here's his pitch. Outside and away for ball 2. Still a good breeze out there in the field. Nothing in the box, as they say. Gillis checks the runner. Throw over to first base. Keep him honest. He hasn't got a big lead over there, but I can tell the energy he wants to go. Here's the pitch from Gillis, and he went halfway and fouled off down the first base line. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Top of the 3rd. Tomei hanging in there. Gillis says, checking the runner again. Here's the pitch. Runner goes. Outside, here's the throw down to second base. Not in time. So stolen base for Jones. And a full count to Tomei. So here's the 3-2 pitch from Gillis. Checking the runner. Here's the pitch. That one foul back. Count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes. Blue Sox dugout pretty fired up here. 6-2 score, they should be. Gillis checks runner. Here's the pitch. Called ball 4, inside. So runners on first and second with a walk to Tomei. That brings up Connor McCartney.
Now batting, number 7,
McCartney
Connor McCartney.
ground out to the third baseman last time up. So that brings out Coach Luby to the mound here, and he gave the signal to the dugout. He's going to do a pitch and change here. We're going to go ahead and take a commercial break, and we'll be back after the new pitcher warms up. We'll let you know who it is. Little Falls, New York combines the charms of a small town with the conveniences of a much larger city. Of course, you'd expect to find welcoming people, beautiful scenery, family-friendly activities, and plenty to do outdoors. But you might be surprised to find that Little Falls, New York also has an espresso bar, gem shop, art center, French restaurant, antique centers, local hospital, and extensive civic services and amenities. Not to mention homes both beautiful and affordable, nestled in a dramatic natural setting amongst steep hills that descend to the Mohawk River and Erie Canal. Little Falls, New York. It's a great place to spend a few days or a lifetime.
Some people might think that the tire shop in Canajoharie only does tires. Nah, that's only their name. The tire shop does so much more. Oil changes, custom wheels, interstate batteries, computer wheel balancing, tire repair service and recapping, auto accessories, tire chains, ag bags, bale and net wrap, and much more. And when it comes to tires, the tire shop in Canajoharie also does so much more. Lawn and garden tires, off the road, backhoe, loader tires, log skidder, agricultural, ATV and UTV tires, and on the farm tire services. The tire shop is a multi-line new tire dealer. That means they're quite find a choice for top brand name tires for your car, truck, SUV, semi-tractor, and trailer, all at great prices. They're also a Goodyear national accounts and state contract pricing location. Financing available too. Find more information and a list of services at thetireshop.biz. Thetireshop.biz. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 6. Yes, Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The Tire Shop, 155 Erie Boulevard in Canajoharie.
All right. So number 33, Dean Daddio, is on the mound now for the DiamondDawgs. And Connor McCartney is at the plate now. So Daddio looks in. Here's the pitch. Called, strike one. So McCartney ground out last time he was up to the third baseman. Here's a pitch from Daddio. Called, strike two. So no balls, two strikes. Top of the third inning here. Nobody out. Blue Sox have runners on first and second base. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike one, which is just what the Dogs needed. That brings Jack McWilliams to the plate,
Now batting number 34, Jack.
who struck out his last at bat. Daddio's probably hoping he does the same thing again. McWilliams is the designated hitter for the Blue Sox. Daddio looks in, gets the side. Here's the pitch. Outside away for ball one. Blue Sox have a 6-2 lead here in the top of the third inning. They've scored 4 runs in the first inning, none in the second, 2 in this one. They've got runners on first and second base. Here's a pitch from Daddio. Foul back for strike one. So 1 ball, 1 strike to McWilliams with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 2. Daddio's ready to go. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2. One out here in the top of the third. Blue Sox have runners on first and second. Here's a pitch from Daddio. Runners going. Throw down to third base and not in time in the dirt. Got away from the third baseman. But runners advance to second and third base. So Daddio wants a new ball here. That thing got all scruffed up down at third. He gets his wish. Gonna rub it up a little bit. So full count now to McWilliams with 1 out. Runners on second and third. Here's a pitch from Daddio. Outside corner. No, outside for ball 4. So base is full now. That brings number 61, Ian Wirtz, to the plate.
Now batting number 61, Ian
Wirtz had a single his last time at bat. So 1 out. Bases loaded for the Blue Sox again. Here's the pitch from Daddy-O. Swing and a miss from Wirtz for strike 1. Wind is shifted just a little bit. A little bit more west to northeast a little bit here. Called strike 2 on that second pitch. So no balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Top of the 3rd inning here. Daddy-O needs to get out of this one with no more damage done. Here's the pitch. That one is hit hard. The shortstop over to second. He dropped the ball, and everybody is safe all the way around. So Wirtz reaches on an error. That was a clean double play ball, and he couldn't get a handle on it. So that brings top of the order to the plate, Michael Flashner, who has walked both times he's been at the plate. He's a left-handed batter, and he's sitting pretty with bases loaded and 1 out. Daddy-O steps off the mound for a second here. Now he's back, looking in. And here's the pitch. High for ball 1.
Now batting for Utica, number 5.
So no room for anybody here on the bases. Daddy-O's got to throw strikes here. Here's a 1-0 pitch. High and away for ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Everybody's hoping Daddy-O pulls him out of this one. Here's the pitch. Inside corner for strike 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Bases loaded for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch from Daddy-O. Called strike 2. Daddy-O looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch to Flashner. That one's hit hard between the third baseman and the shortstop. Out to left field. 1 run scores. 2 runs score. Runner in at third. Everybody's chasing the ball. Pitcher's sitting at home plate. And they've got the runners in a pickle there. So another run scored. They focused on the guy caught between second and third base. They get him out, but another run scores when they're focused on that. So there's 2 outs, but that was the roughest second out I've ever seen. That brings number 14, Caden Fry, to the plate, who walked his first time up and struck out the second time. Here's a pitch from Daddy-O. Inside for ball 1. Bases are empty, but not in the way we want them to be. Here's a pitch from Daddy-O. High for ball 2.
Now up to bat, number 14, Caden Fry.
So Fry is behind 2-0 here. Here's a pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, 6 runs across this inning for the Blue Sox. Going to be a long night if this is the way we're going to go. Here's a pitch. Hit hard to left field. That's going to drop in front of the left fielder for a clean single. Here's a throw in to the shortstop. And Fry is on with a single. So that brings number 17, Jack Sweeney, to the plate.
Now up to Jack Sweeney.
He walked his first time up, struck out his second time. He comes to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on first base. So Daddy-O looks in. Here's the pitch. Curls in for strike one. Fry's got a good lead off first base here. Daddy-O throw over quick. Yeah, I thought he'd see that. I saw it. He must have heard me. Runner's back safely. Still got a good lead out there. He's teasing Daddy-O. Here's the pitch. And it hits him in the back. So Sweeney reaches. Hit by a pitch. That brings number 2, Anthony Paratano, up to the plate.
Now up to bat number 2,
Who
Anthony Paratano.
struck out his first time at bat. Walked this inning. He was the lead batter this inning. He's up again. So 2 outs, runners on first and second base. Daddy-O looks in. Runners are going, but he caught him here. He's got him. All right. Runner made a real fast start. Daddy-O saw it, threw over to the third baseman, tagged him out, and we're done with this one. We'll be back in a minute. If you're looking for some shopping and dining, head on over to Canal Place, where you will find quaint shops, galleries, restaurants, and inns situated in the old mill buildings and storefronts along the waterfront of Canal Place. They've become known as the happening place for the arts in the Mohawk Valley. Not so long ago, many of these buildings were working mills serving the garment industry. Even today, after conversion to service retail space, many of these rugged but lovely structures speak to our great regional manufacturing heritage. If you're looking for fine arts, entertainment, or antiques, you simply must pay a visit to Canal Place. All right, we are back after yet another brutal inning. The score is 10-2 here, and we're only in the bottom of the third inning. And that brings Jake Hardy to the plate, who walked his first time at bat.
Leading off for the Dogs in the bottom of the third, number 4, Jake Hardy.
Might have said Jack. It is Jake. Can't remember what I said. What did I say, Chris? All right, here's the pitch. That one is popped high, and catcher's underneath it here and missed it. Boy, that thing curled away from him. He thought he had it. He was right here in front of the press box, but he wasn't able to get a handle on it. So Hardy's got a little bit of life there. Picks up just a strike instead of the pop out. So Aki's still on the mound for the Blue Sox. Here's his 0-1 pitch. That one's in the dirt in front of Hardy for ball one. So 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out here at the bottom of the third. Blue Sox up 10-2. Here's a pitch from Aki. Called strike 2. Outside corner. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Aki looks in. And here's the pitch. in the dirt for ball 2. Here's a 2-2 pitch from Aki. That one is hit foul down the third baseline. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Refilling the umpire with some balls there. We've had a few foul balls tonight. Not a ton of them. Still no kids out there looking for them. Here's a 2-2 pitch from Aki. That one is high. Umpire's checking, and he said he went around. So that's a strikeout for Hardy.
Now batting, number 25,
That brings number 25, Kyle Coleman, to the plate, who struck out his first time up at bat. So first base umpire said he went around on that one. That was why the strikeout. Here's a pitch from Aki. That one is hit hard for a single in the left field. So Coleman gets on with a clean single.
Now batting, number 9.
That brings up number 9, Connor Scanlon, to the plate, who struck out his first time at bat. So Scanlon steps in. Hockey checks the runner. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 1. Once again, Dogs would love to get anything going here to get some runs in. Kind of cut this 8-run lead down a little bit. Here's the pitch from Hockey. High for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes, 1 out. Runner on first base for the DiamondDawgs. Here's the pitch from Aki. Called strike. Outside corner. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Here's the pitch. High for ball 3. Awfully hazy out there tonight. Got an air quality alert, which means I guess we can't breathe. We have to hold our breath up here. Here's the pitch from Aki. Low and away for ball 4. So Coleman was sitting over there going, is that a walk or not? Yeah, he advances to second base, and that brings number 35, Jake Dolan, to the plate.
Now batting, number 35, Jake Dolan.
Dolan struck out his first time at bat. So Dogs have runners on first and second with 1 out. Dolan's ready to go. Here's the pitch from Aki. High and inside for ball 1. No action down there in the Blue Sox dugout, so they're going with Aki here. He's been doing pretty well. Cut the sign. Here's the pitch. Foul back for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Dogs down 10 runs to 2. But they got a couple of runners here on first and second. They'd love to score a couple of runs here. Here's the pitch. That one's foul back as well. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Dolan. Hockey looks in, gets the sign. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside corner for strike 3, and that umpire has been consistent. He likes that outside corner, and he calls it every time. So that brings number 28, Colin Richter, to the plate.
Now batting, number 28, Colin Richter.
Richter walked his last time up. Richter's a left-handed batter. Got runners on first and second. You can still get a lot going with 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Aki. Inside corner for strike one. Richter steps in. Aki gets his sign. And here's the pitch. Swung on a miss for strike two. So Aki's up quick. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning. And here's the pitch. And that one's high for ball one. Richter held his swing on that one. He was almost fooled, but he let it go by and counts now 1-2. Here's a pitch. That one is hit hard to the second baseman. First baseman tries to scoop it, throws over to first base. It gets past the pitcher who was covering first base, and a run scores for the Dogs, and everybody advances. So runners down second, third with 2 outs. The errant throw. Causes Richter to advance to second base. And Scanlon on third. So that brings number 27, Ryan Payne, to the plate.
Now batting, number 27, Ryan Payne.
Payne had a strikeout his first time at bat. And now he steps in with runners on second and third with 2 outs. He could use a single here, score a couple of runs. Here's a pitch from Aki. Down low in the dirt. Catcher keeps it in front of him. So nobody advances. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the third inning here. Dogs have scored 1. Aki gets his sign. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. 1 run across this inning for the Dogs. Scores now 10-3. Blue Sox. Here's the pitch from Aki. Inside for ball 2. Pretty sure Payne doesn't want to walk. I think he wants a hit. Drive some runs in here. Base is open there on first base, but runners on second and third for the Dogs. Here's the pitch. Called strike 2. Looked a little low from up here, but everything looks low from up here. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Chris's favorite numbers across the board up there. Here's the pitch from Aki. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So Aki gets himself out of this inning with only 1 run scored, and we'll be back after 3. Hey fans, tell the world you are here at Veterans Memorial Park watching your Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Share your experiences, connect with other fans, and gain behind-the-scenes access to your favorite team. For more information, visit mvdiamonddogs.com or like us on Facebook or follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
Visit the Daily Post and stay connected with the latest news, information, and events in the Mohawk Valley. Our mission is to generate interest in the area and connect residents in a more meaningful way by facilitating deeper conversations about how these stories will shape the future of the Mohawk Valley. Join thousands of weekly visitors who stay up to date with feature stories, interviews, videos, our event calendar, and print publication, the Mohawk Valley Express. It's about timely local news for the community, keeping citizens informed about important issues, telling about the people who live and work here, and giving locally owned businesses the opportunity to reach a very targeted audience of locals and tourists alike. It's a whole new form of media-rich content developed specifically for today's mobile lifestyle and listeners. You can download our iOS app in the iTunes Store, listen to our podcast, or sign up for our weekly email newsletter. Stop by today at thedailypost.digital. You'll be glad you did.
All right, we're back, folks. Dogs were able to get one run that last inning, so at the end of 3, it's 10-3 Blue Sox. Got a new pitcher on the mound for the DiamondDawgs, number 12, Colin Snyder. And up at the plate here is number 2, Anthony Paratano, who was in the middle of his batting stance last time when they threw the runner out. Caught him between second and third. That one didn't hit him, went behind him. So we're going to call that a large ball. So Paratano struck out his first time, walked his last time up. Here's the pitch from Snyder. That one outside and away for ball 2. So here's the pitch. High for ball 3. So Dogs are on their 4th pitcher here in the top of the 4th inning. I'm not sure they got enough to go for one each inning. Here's the pitch. Inside corner for strike 1. Snyder looks in for the sign. Here's a 3-1 pitch. That one swung on and missed for strike 2. So 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out here. Top of the 4th inning. So here's the pitch. That one is hit hard to deep left field, in between the center fielder and the left fielder. Went over the fence, so that's a ground rule double for Paratano. And that brings number 32, Kevin Francella, to the plate. So Francella struck out his first time up. He was hit by a pitch his second time. And Snyder is looking at no outs on the mound here, with a runner on second base in scoring position to start this inning. Snyder stepped off the mound there for a minute. Now he's back on. Batter stepped out. Everybody's stepping off. Time now. As Santiago goes out there, have a little conversation with the pitcher, make sure they got the signs straight with a runner on second base. Don't want him seeing anything. Umpire says, let's play ball. Here's the pitch. That one's popped up in the air towards the first baseman. He's on the infield. He's got the catch there. So Francella flies out to the first baseman. That brings up number 1, Connor Jones.
Now batting, number 1, Connor Jones.
Jones had a home run his first time up, and he had a single, so he's doing pretty well tonight. He's coming to the plate with 1 out and a runner on second base. Here's a pitch from Snyder. Called strike 1, and Jones is looking around like, okay, what just happened on that? It ended up in the dirt, but boy, it dropped out of the sky. So that's what he was a little confused about. Saw a puff of dirt. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Snyder. Same pitch. That one's called a ball. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Here in the top of the 4th inning. It was turning out to be a long evening. Runners danced around on second base. Little bunt tried, and that goes foul. That was unexpected. So Jones just stuck the bat out there. It almost stayed in fair territory, but it rolled foul down the first base line. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here's a pitch from Snyder. Outside and away. Almost got away from Santiago, but he scooped it up. Count now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. That one is popped up. First baseman is tracking under it. Catcher's tracking under it. And catcher drops it. There have been a ton of drops out here tonight. So Jones still has some life in him with a count 2 balls and 2 strikes. It might be that haze, when you look up into the sky there, it's all gray and white. And here's the pitch from Snyder. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So Jones strikes out after having had a home run and a single. That brings up number 18, R.J. Tomei, to the plate. R.J. had a single his first time at bat, and then he walked. So there's 2 outs now with a runner on second. Umpire calls time for some reason here. R.J. steps out of the box. Now he's back in. Here's a pitch from Snyder. Called strike 1 right down the plate. So no balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Top of the 4th inning here. Here's a pitch from Snyder. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Says it was a foul tip for strike 2. Got a little piece of it. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Snyder. That one is hit up the middle to the shortstop, who scoops it up, throws over to first base in time for the out. So for once, nobody scored for the Blue Sox at the end of 3.5. It's 10-3. Sox will be back in a minute.
We know pools. Garrity Pools and Spa are the experts in building and creating backyard memories for thousands of families. Garrity takes pride in offering only the highest quality in-ground Pacific pool and radiant above-ground pools that are built for upstate New York weather. Garrity offers only the best with BioGuard chemicals to keep your pool sparkling clean. Visit the professionals at Garrity Pools and Spa, 234 South Caroline Street, Herkimer, or GarrityPools.com.
And we're back. Didn't know we were back. Had my headset on the counter. Ella's fingers are fast here. Anyway, on the mound still for the Blue Sox. I've been saying Aki, but they say it's Ake.
Now batting, number 29 for the Dogs.
So for the DiamondDawgs, number 29, Aiden Streeter is at the plate. He had a double his last time up. So here's the pitch. Inside for ball 1. Here's a second pitch from Ake. That one called strike 1. Down the middle. So 1 ball, 1 strike. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning here. Here's the pitch. Outside corner for strike 2. Here's a 1-2 pitch for Make. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So Streeter is down with a strikeout here, and that brings to plate number 7, Jaden Santiago, the catcher. He also had a double his last time up. Remember the last time their Dogs had back-to-back doubles. So here's the pitch. High for ball 1. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Bottom of the 4th inning here. Blue Sox are up 10-3. Sox have had 7 hits to the Dogs 3, and a couple of errors. 1 for each team. That ball is high for ball 2. Here's the pitch. High for ball 3. So 3 balls, 1 strike to Santiago. Here's the pitch. That one swung, foul tip. I think it caught the umpire's foot there for a second. Somebody's walking it off. I don't know whose foot it caught. Everybody's walking around a little bit. So full count now to Santiago. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here's the pitch for Make. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So that's 2 strikeouts in a row. That brings number 14, Eric Diaz, to the plate. Diaz is a designated hitter for the Dogs. He struck out his first time. Ground out to the second baseman his second time at bat. And here's the pitch. That one's high and outside for ball 1. Here's a 1-0 pitch. High for ball 2. So Diaz standing in there, takes 2 balls with 2 outs. Nobody on base. Bottom of the 4th inning. Blue Sox are up 10-3. Here's the pitch for Make. Whoa. Real close to the head there. 3 balls, no strikes. Got a lot more people in the stands here. I just looked out there. We've got a curtain that kind of hides the sun coming in, beating on the equipment here. Here's a 3-0 pitch. Inside for ball 4. Diaz gets a walk. That brings number 4, Jake Hardy, to the plate. Hardy walked his first time at bat, and then he struck out. But like I was saying, there's more fans here than I would think, kind of, not like tonight where it's really hot. But that breeze, if you're sitting there in the stands, it's not so bad. And that haze is so thick, the sun is not beating down. Here's the pitch. That one, a called strike. I thought that was even with his head, but we'll go with no balls, 1 strike. Diaz on first, taking a decent lead. Here's the pitch. Down low and away for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, runner on first base for the Dogs. Here's the pitch. Fouled back for strike 2. So Hardy's been on base once tonight via the walk. He'd love to get on again here. Ake looks in to get the sign. Diaz off first base. Here's the pitch. That one's hit hard to left field in the gap. And that one's up against the fence, bounces against the fence. Left fielder's got it, throws it in time to the shortstop, but Hardy's in with a clean double.
Now batting, number 25.
That brings Kyle Coleman, number 25, to the plate. Dogs have runners on second and third base. Coleman struck out his first time up, but he got a clean single the last time. He'd love to do that again with 2 outs. That'd bring 2 runs in if he could. Ake's looking in. Here's the pitch. Outside for ball 1. Coleman's been a standout hitter here for the DiamondDawgs. Here's a pitch from Ake. Called strike 1. In that favorite high and away spot for the umpire. He likes that place. You put it there, he'll call it a strike. Coleman gave him a little bit of a look, like, okay. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a pitch from Ake. That one foul back to the net here for strike 2. Coleman would love to get some wood on this one. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on second and third for the DiamondDawgs, and they're down 10-3. Here's a pitch from Ake. Swung on a miss for strike 3. That ends the inning for the DiamondDawgs. So the score remains 10-3 after 4 full innings. We'll be back in a minute.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
Okay, we are back, folks. Colin Snyder is still on the mound for the DiamondDawgs. Up for the Blue Sox is number 7, Connor McCartney.
Leading off the top of the 5th.
McCartney grounded out his first time at bat, and then he struck out. McCartney is a right-handed batter. Here's the pitch. Swung on a miss for strike 1. McCartney's the left fielder for the Blue Sox. Here's a pitch from Snyder. That one is hit hard in the gap between third and short, and out into the left field for a clean single. So that brings number 34, Jack McWilliams, to the plate. He's a designated hitter. McWilliams struck out his first time at bat and walked his last time. But this time he's coming to the plate with nobody out and a runner on first base. Here's the pitch from Snyder. Outside corner for ball one. I'm sorry. Yeah, strike. Why did I say ball one? Did I say strike? I don't know. That's ball one. So we got 1 ball, 1 strike. I saw strike in my head. I think I said ball. Ella was backing me up even though she was lying. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That one's fouled down the first baseline. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to McWilliams, with McCartney on first base for the Blue Sox. Snyder looks over at him. He's off first a little bit. That one's outside and low for ball 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Snyder, way outside for ball 3. So, full count. Here's a pitch from Snyder. That one's fouled down the first base line. Back over to the tennis courts again. Got to get some kids out there. There's a lot of balls out that way. The adults are just too hot. They're getting drinks, ice cream. I see all kinds of stuff. No, one kid's going after it. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Snyder. Outside corner for strike 3. So Santiago did a great job pulling that one in. So at the plate now is number 61, Ian Wirtz. Still got a runner on first base here. Here's the pitch from Snyder outside for ball 1.
Number 61, Ian Wirtz.
Here's the pitch. Called strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Blue Sox are ahead 10-3. They've got a runner on first base. Here's the pitch to Wirtz. Outside and away for ball 2. So 2-1 count to Wirtz. Here's a pitch from Snyder. Swung on a miss for strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner on first base for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch. Outside for ball 3. Full count now. Wirtz had a single the first time he was up. He reached on an error the second time. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Snyder. Outside for ball 4. So Wirtz is on with a walk. That puts runners on first and second for the Blue Sox, and that brings the top of the order to the plate. Number 5, Michael Flashner, who's the extra hitter. Flashner walked his first 2 times up, and then he had a single. So now, the left-handed batter, Flashner, is at the plate with runners on first and second. Here's the pitch from Snyder. That one's hit to center field. Center fielder's underneath it. Runner's not going to tag. It's too shallow. That's out number 2.
Now batting number 14, Caden Fry.
So number 14, Caden Fry, is coming to the plate. Fry walked his first time up, struck out. Had a single the last time. This time he's got 2 outs and runners at first and second. Snyder's checking the runners. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball one. Here's the pitch. That one swung on and missed for strike one. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, top of the 5th inning here. Blue Sox up 10-3. And they've got runners on first and second base. Here's a pitch from Snyder. Swung on and missed for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 more strike here, and Snyder can get out of this. Shaking off a couple of signs. He wants to do something fancy here. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High for ball 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on base, and 2 hot. Here's the pitch. Boy, he wanted that one. That was the outside corner. He didn't get that call. Santiago tried to pull that one in. Now full count. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Calls strike 3, and that inning is over. So at the end of 4.5 here, with the Dogs coming to the plate, Blue Sox are up 10-3. We'll be back in a minute.
At GPO, we understand every member's journey is unique. That's why our employees take the time to listen, understand, and deliver personalized solutions that fit your life. From budgeting to borrowing, we're with you every step of the way. Your journey, our commitment. GPO Federal Credit Union, committed to excellence.
At Hummel's Office Plus, our customers remain our #1 priority. Hi, Central New York. This is Justin Hummel, CEO of Hummel's Office Plus. If you are in need of a reliable, competitive, and consistent business product supplier, give Hummel's a try. We offer customized pricing, free next-day delivery, and personalized service. With our wide assortment of office supplies, janitorial supplies, furniture, and everything else you need for your workplace, Hummel's is your go-to for all your business products.
And we are back, folks. New pitcher on the mound for the Blue Sox, number 68, Brady Reardon. Hake did his job. Left the man with a 7-run lead here. So bottom of the 5th inning, number 9, Connor Scanlon is coming to the plate. Scanlon struck out his first time up, walked his second time. And ready to see what Reardon's got. Dogs could use a couple of runs this inning and make this a game. Give the fans something to cheer about. They're awfully quiet out there, but they are there. Here's the pitch from Reardon. That one is popped foul down the first baseline. And it's out of play. It's in those bleachers with the fans out there. Nobody caught it. Kind of bounced. I heard it bounce out there, so. So no balls and 1 strike to Scanlon. Reardon's got his sign. Here's the pitch. Inside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Reardon. Swung on and missed for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. My relief is finally here from Syracuse. I don't know if that's a blessing, if it's hotter out there or it's hotter up here. Here's the pitch from Reardon. Swung on, fouled back to the net here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out. Blue Sox up 10-3. Here's the pitch from Reardon. Outside and away for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pete, you want to use mine? You want? Or up to you. I like it. I'm fine. Yeah. We're trying to decide whether Pete comes in here and calls or I just stay here. I might just stay here. So that's a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Connor Scanlon. Reardon looks in. And here's the pitch. Oh, outside. That would have been ball 4, but Scanlon couldn't hold himself, so he swung. So that's a strikeout for Reardon. That brings to plate number 35, Jake Dolan.
Now batting, number 35, Jake Dolan.
So Dolan has struck out twice here tonight. Hoping for a different outcome this time at the bat. So Reardon's ready. Here's the pitch. Low and inside for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out here. Bottom of the 5th inning. This is a 7-inning game. We've got a doubleheader tonight. Here's the pitch from Reardon. That one's hit hard to the shortstop who snaps it up, throws over to first base in time for the out.
Now batting, number 28, Colin Richter.
So that brings number 28, Colin Richter, to the plate. He walked his first time up. He reached on a fielder's choice the second time. Richter's a left-handed batter. And here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. So after the end of 7 innings tonight, we're going to take we've had an argument about how long the break is going to be, 15, 20, 25, whatever the break is going to be, and then we'll start the second game. That one's outside and away for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. But we'll have a break between games here, and then we'll start the second one. That one is also a 7-inning game. Here's the pitch to Richter. Called, strike 2. So Reardon looks in, gets his sign. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside and low for ball 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on base for the DiamondDawgs. Blue Sox ahead 10-3 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here's the pitch from Reardon. That one is hit hard up in the air to right field. Right fielder's tracking underneath it, and he's got it for out number 3. So at the end of 5 innings, Blue Sox are up 10-3. We'll be back after this commercial break.
Spring into action and get started on your home projects with Little Falls Lumber. Get your free estimate today for that project, big or small. Little Falls Lumber, they're always happy to help.
Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations and speak to one of our knowledgeable salesmen about your next project.
At NBT Bank, we know that this day starts with this one. This day starts with this one. Because no matter how unforgettable the extraordinary days are, there's a lot of every day that leads up to them. you can count on NBT Bank to help you get started. NBT Bank. It starts here.
We are back here at the top of the 6th inning, and the DiamondDawgs have a new pitcher on the mound, number 21, Harsh Venkat. I'm not going to say Ramanathan. That's his middle name. But he's on the mound now, and he is pitching to Jack Sweeney, number 17. Here's the pitch. High for ball 1. Sweeney walked, struck out, and was hit by a pitch his last time up. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Outside corner for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike.
Now batting for Utica, number 17, Jack Sweeney.
Here's the pitch. Tried to put it in the same spot, outside corner, but this one's called ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody out here. Top of the 6th inning. Blue Sox are ahead 10-3. Here's the pitch from Venkat. That one's high for ball 3. Here's a 3-1 pitch. That one called strike for strike 2. I wasn't sure if he was pointing down at first base, giving him a walk, or whether that was a strike. So full count now to Sweeney. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That one's popped up center. Boy, that one is deep. That one is tracking towards the wall, and it's gone. So Sweeney hits a home run and tells Venkat, welcome to the game. So Blue Sox didn't really need any more runs, but they got one.
Now batting number 2, Anthony Paratano.
So that brings number 2, Anthony Paratano, to the plate. Paratano struck out his first time, walked his second time up, and last time up, he got a double. So Venkat looks in, gets the signal. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1. Paratano had multiple bases on his mind again. He was going for it. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside and away for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out here. 1 run across for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch. Outside for ball 2. Here's a 2-1 pitch. That one's high for ball 3. So the Dogs don't need another long inning here. They need to get some outs. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Outside for ball 4. So Peritano's on with a walk. That brings to plate number 32, Kevin Franchella. Franchella had a strikeout. He was hit by pitch second time up, and he had a fly out to the first baseman his last time up. So nobody out here. Top of the 6th inning. 1 run across for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch outside for ball 1. Vincott looks in for the sign, checks the runner. Here's the pitch. High for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes, nobody out. Runner on first base for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch. Outside for ball 3. Santiago thought about throwing down at first base, keep the runner close, but he didn't. Three balls, no strikes. Vincott's checking the runner. Here's a 3-0 pitch outside and away for ball 4. Santiago's going to go out there and have a talk with him about this. Not a great start for Vincott. Home run, a walk, and that brings number 1, Connor Jones, to the plate. Jones has had a home run, a single, and then struck out. So Santiago has his conversation with Vincott. Haven't seen a double play ball except for once tonight. Shortstop dropped it. Be great in this spot. Help the Dogs out a little bit. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1.
Now batting number 1, Connor Jones.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside and away for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. Runners on first and second for the Blue Sox. They've gotten 1 run across the plate already this inning. Here's a pitch from Vincott. Outside corner for strike 2. 2. That's because I was thinking 1 in my head and I knew it wasn't 1, and it was 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. High for ball 2. Vincott gets the sign, checks the runners, checks them again. Here's the pitch. High for ball 3. So full count now with nobody out. Runners on first and second. Blue Sox up 11-3 in this game. We're only going 7 innings. Here's the pitch. That one's fouled back right at us. Ella, she didn't trust the fence. She was diving for cover. She said she's been hit in the face too many times, and it was too much trauma, that thing coming right back at her. So I believe it. I didn't move. I trusted the fence. I think Chris dove too, though. But I heard him squeal a little bit too. So, you know. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That one's high for ball 4. Bases are loaded with nobody out. That's not a spot you want to be. So a home run and 3 straight walks for Vincott and RJ Tomei. And we're going to have a pitching change, I think. Everybody's coming to the mound. Pitching coaches out there. Usually Coach Luby comes out there if he wants somebody else. They might just be giving him a little bit more time to warm up out there. I don't see anybody warming up. So they're going to have a little conversation out there. They're probably telling them we don't have anybody left to pitch. We got another game to go. You got to stay. Vencott's the 5th pitcher for the DiamondDawgs tonight. So number 18, RJ Tomei at the plate. Bases loaded, nobody out. He can do anything. Here's the pitch. That one fouled up, out of play, out into the tennis courts, almost into the tennis courts. Bounced just short. I saw that one. In the bushes here for the kids to get. So no balls, 1 strike, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Oh. So no balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Low for ball 1. So nowhere to put Tomei. They got to do something with him here. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That one is swung on, foul tipped, and he's out. So that's about the best outcome you could ask for. Strikeout. Now that brings number 7, Connor McCartney, to the plate. McCartney ground out to third base the first time. He struck out, and then he had a single as his last at bat. Umpire needs more balls. He was out. So a nice grounder double play ball would be perfect here to get Harsh out of the inning. Here's the pitch. That one is hit hard to the third baseman, past him, out into left field. 1 runs across, and that's it. They're going to hold everybody else. So we're going to give him a single on that. That brings number 34, Jack McWilliams, to the plate. McWilliams is the designated hitter.
Now batting number 34.
He
Jack
struck out his
McWilliams.
first time at bat. He walked, and then he struck out again. So the score is now 12-3, Blue Sox. 1 out, bases loaded. Here's the pitch. That one is hit hard past the shortstop, out into left field. 1 runs across. Here comes another one. They throw into third base to hold the other 2 runners, but 2 runs score on a single. And that brings up Ian Wirtz, number 61, to the plate.
Now batting number 61, Ian Wirtz.
Wirtz had a single, reached on an error, and walked his last time at bat. Score is now 14-3. Blue Sox, they've scored 4 this inning. So Vencott looks in. Here's the pitch, high for ball 1. Runners on first and second for the Blue Sox. 1 ball. Here's the pitch, outside and away for ball 2. At this point, you just want to get the ball over the plate. Say, let us get to the second game here. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Called strike 1, and that umpire's favorite outside and high kind of corner spot. He calls all of those, so he's been pretty fair all night long. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second, and Blue Sox up 14-3 now. Here's the pitch from Vencott. Hit foul down the third baseline for strike 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Vencott trying to get out of this without any more runs coming across. Got runners on first and second, but they're not showing they're going to go. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So Wirtz strikes out. That brings the top of the order. Michael Flashner to the plate. He's the extra hitter. He walked his first 2 times up. He had a single, and then he flied out to center field his last time. He's a left-handed batter. So here's a pitch from Venkot. Inside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Blue Sox have runners on first and second base. They've scored 4 runs this inning. Here's the pitch. Called strike 1. So Venkot looking in, looking at the runner. Here's the pitch. High for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. And my God, it's only the top of the 6th. In the first game, as Chris just reminded me. Here's the pitch. That one is hit to the second baseman. He scoops it up, throws over to first base, and finally we're out of this inning. But the Blue Sox score 4 runs. They're up 14-3 now after 6.5, and we'll be right back. Little Falls, New York combines the charms of a small town with the conveniences of a much larger city. Of course, you'd expect to find welcoming people, beautiful scenery, family-friendly activities, and plenty to do outdoors. But you might be surprised to find that Little Falls, New York also has an espresso bar, gem shop, art center, French restaurant, antique centers, local hospital, and extensive civic services and amenities. Not to mention homes both beautiful and affordable, nestled in a dramatic natural setting amongst steep hills that descend to the Mohawk River and Erie Canal. Little Falls, New York. It's a great place to spend a few days or a lifetime.
Some people might think that the tire shop in Canajoharie only does tires. Nah, that's only their name. The tire shop does so much more. Oil changes, custom wheels, interstate batteries, computer wheel balancing, tire repair service and recapping, auto accessories, tire chains, ag bags, bale and net wrap, and much more. And when it comes to tires, the tire shop in Canajoharie also does so much more. Lawn and garden tires, off the road, backhoe, loader tires, log skidder, agricultural, ATV and UTV tires, and on the farm tire services. The tire shop is a multi-line new tire dealer. That means they're quite a choice for top brand name tires for your car, truck, SUV, semi-tractor, and trailer, all at great prices. They're also a Goodyear national accounts and state contract pricing location. Financing available to...
We are back at the bottom of the 6th inning here. Number 27, Ryan Payne, is coming to the plate. Payne has struck out both times at bat. We were just chatting back here, Pete and I. Here's the pitch. Outside corner for strike 1 to Payne. So Reardon still on the mound for the Blue Sox. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one is high for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out here. Bottom of the 6th. Here's a pitch. Outside corner for strike 2. Looks like the wind has died just a little bit, but it's still blowing out. That ball is fouled back down the first baseline. Actually into the skybox here. Hit the net. Dropped in front of the dugout. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Bottom of the 6th inning. Blue Sox up 14-3. Here's the pitch from Reardon. Swung on, foul tipped, into the glove for a strikeout. So that brings number 29, Aiden Streeter, to the plate.
Now batting number
Streeter had a double his first time up. He struck out the last time. Here's a pitch from Reardon. Curls in for strike one. So here's the pitch. That one is hit out to right field down the first baseline, and it is foul. So as they say in basketball, out of bounds or out of play in baseball. I was playing basketball the first couple of games I was calling up here, but Chris got me straight. Reminded me that the ball is a lot smaller in this game. So no balls, 2 strikes to Streeter. Dogs are down 11 runs here. Here's the pitch. That one's high for ball one. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So Streeter goes down swinging. And that brings number 7, Jaden Santiago, to the plate. Santiago had a double and then a strikeout his last time up. A lot of K's here on this sheet. Except I write SO instead of K. Really, Chris, I should do K's, right?
You should do a frontwards K for a strikeout swinging and a backwards K for a strikeout looking.
Man, he's giving me all kinds of clues here. So Reardon's first pitch to Santiago is a strike. I didn't know it was that detailed. Chris is going to have to give me lessons. This is my own scorebook, so I can use my own annotation. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside corner for strike 2. Umpire once again has been consistent on calling a wide strike zone. Santiago looked at him and said, "Really?" Here's the 0-2 pitch from Reardon. He'd like a quick inning. Outside for ball one. That one clearly outside and in the dirt. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th, Dogs down 14-3. Here's a pitch from Reardon. That one is hit hard to deep left field. And that one, I can't really see where it is. A fair ball. It was down the third baseline for a double. Hit the fence. It was right along the line. We lost track of it up here. But that's another double for Santiago tonight. Couple of bright spots for the Dogs, and that brings to the plate at the top of the order, number 14, Eric Diaz, the designated hitter. So Diaz struck out, ground out, and walked his last time at bat. And he comes to the plate with 2 outs and a runner in second place in scoring position. So it'd be great just to get another run across, make it a 10-run game. So Reardon looks in, shaking off a couple signs. Here's the pitch. It's outside and away for ball one. So Santiago has got a good lead off second base. Nobody's really holding him. Shortstop is back over there, but not close. Reardon's not even, he takes one look now. Here's the pitch from Reardon. Oh! Hit Diaz in the foot, and so that's going to put him on first base. That brings number 4, Jake Hardy, to the plate. So Hardy walked, struck out, and had a double his last time up. It didn't hit him?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that was the biggest hit I've ever seen. So they called it a ball. They said he danced over it. That's the best dance I've seen from a ball player on the Dogs in like the 9 years I've been out here. So that one's fouled off down the third baseline. 2 balls, 1 strike. I watched it hit him in a couple of places. There's no way that wasn't hit by pitch. Here's a pitch from Reardon. Inside for ball 3. 3-1 count here with 2 outs. Runner on second base. That was good. That was a chicken dance by Diaz. You know, do we have a song for that? We need to play a song for that. So here's the 3-1 pitch from Reardon, and that one's hit hard to... Oh, that one is out of the park. That one went over the right field fence. Maybe he should have taken that walk because that was a home run by Diaz. That's not bad. We'll take the chicken dance, the walk. Diaz is loving it. Taps the plate.
Run for number 14, Eric Diaz.
So that clears the bases. And that brings up Jake Hardy, number 4. He walked. He struck out. He had a double.
Now batting, number 4, Jake Hardy.
So Reardon looks in. He's got 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Outside corner for strike 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Reardon. That one way outside. Hits the catcher's foot, bounces up in the air, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So Diaz dances his way to a home run. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Wind has died down a little bit. Still blowing out there, but not as strong as it was when we started the game. Here's the pitch. Strike on the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hill is trying to say it's got to be 8 o'clock before we're done with game 1. We could be here for a while, folks. Here's the pitch. That one's fouled back into the bullpen there, or the dugout on the first base side. Umpire needs a couple of balls here. He's going to tank up. So we've got 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on base. Dogs have scored a couple, but they're not keeping up at this pace. Here's the pitch from Reardon. Outside and away for ball 3. Full count now. To Hardy. Dogs are growling. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That one is fouled down the first base line. Another one for the kids. Another $8 gone. These balls are expensive. I think they're $8, yeah. Somewhere around there. They're not cheap. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Reardon, ready to go. Here's the pitch. That one swung on a miss for a strikeout. Hardy's not happy with it. And that ends the inning, but the Dogs get a couple more across. It's now 14-5 at the end of 6, and we'll be back in a minute. If you're looking for some shopping and dining, head on over to Canal Place, where you will find quaint shops, galleries, restaurants, and inns situated in the old mill buildings and storefronts along the waterfront of Canal Place. They've become known as the happening place for the arts in the Mohawk Valley. Not so long ago, many of these buildings were working mills serving the garment industry. Even today, after conversion to service retail space, many of these rugged but lovely structures speak to our great regional manufacturing heritage. If you're looking for fine arts, entertainment, or antiques, you simply must pay a visit to Canal Place. Alrighty, we are back. Diamond Dogs have another pitcher on the mound, number 32, Matt Couric. And he is the
14, Caden Fry.
sixth pitcher of the night for the Dogs. That brings to the plate for the Blue Sox, number 14, Caden Fry, who walked, struck out, singled, and struck out. Here's the pitch. And swung on and missed for strike one. We were just talking about the new candy shop here in Little Falls and deciding which candies are the best. Ella likes all the sour stuff, and I'm into the dark chocolate. Here's the pitch. That one called strike two. So Couric off to a quick start with the 0-2 count here. Here's the pitch. Just missed inside for ball one. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Fry. Couric looks in, gets the sign, and here's the pitch. That one is hit hard to the third baseman, who picks it up, throws over to first base in time, and gets him. So that brings up number 17, Jack Sweeney, to the plate. Sweeney, he had a walk, strikeout, hit by pitch, and a home run his last time up.
Now batting, number 17, Jack Sweeney.
So Couric looks in. Here's the pitch. That one is popped up. Short right field. He's underneath it, and he's got it for out number 2. So Couric making quick work of this. Let's hope it goes that way. This brings number 2, Anthony Peritano, to the plate. Peritano struck out. He walked. He had a double, and then he walked. So 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. Dogs will have just 3 outs here at the bottom of the 7th inning, and that'll be ball game. So here's the pitch from Couric. Outside and away for ball 1. Lights are on here now. Couric looks in, and here's the pitch. That one, ball 2. I don't know. Peritano was shaking his head, but it was clearly a ball. I don't know why he was shaking his head there. I think something might have caught him in the eye or something. Kind of hit the ground some stuff came up in the air. So 2 balls, no strikes. 2 outs. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Called, strike 1. Getting kind of rough up here in the booth. I can't hear what people are saying because I've got headphones on, but they're all laughing. I don't know what I'm doing up here. Chris is celebrating. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 3. So 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here in the top of the 7th. Blue Sox up 14-5. Dogs want to get out of this one and get to those last 3 outs here in the bottom of the 7th before they take a break. Here's the pitch. Inside for ball 4, so not what they wanted. That brings number 32, Kevin Francella, to the plate. Francella is struck out, hit by pitch. He had a fly out to the first baseman, and then he walked his last time up. So Kirk now pitching from the stretch. Looks over at the runner on first. Here's the pitch. Outside and wait for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning here. Lights are on. Wind has died down. This is the first time I've seen the flag just kind of sitting there, just moving a little bit. Here's the pitch from Kirk. Called, strike 1. It swirled enough to cause a lot of these pop-ups to be missed tonight. A lot of the catchers and people have had trouble kind of picking them out of the haze and catching them tonight. It's been tough. But no win now. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 2. So Kurek, 2-1 pitch, ready to deliver. Here it comes. That one is hit hard to the second baseman, who misses it, pops up in front of him, but can't get a handle on it, and that's going to be an error. I don't know how I'm going to score it up here, but that's what I'm calling it. That brings number 1, Connor Jones, to the plate. Well, I called it an error, too. Jones had a home run, a single, a strikeout, and walked his last time at bat, and he comes to the plate with 2 outs and runners on first and second base, and Blue Sox don't need any more runs. They just need to end it right here. Let the Dogs have a shot at it. Here's the pitch. I'm not sure what he called that. Ball 1. All right. He called it a strike? We're not sure. We're thinking that was low. Didn't really give a signal. And he's not giving a count to the pitcher, so we're not quite sure. Here's the pitch. That one is popped up. First baseman, catcher going after it again by the bullpen. Couldn't get it. Was right along the fence. Santiago couldn't get a glove on it. He had the benches and the fence right there. So that's at least 1 strike. We're not sure if the first one was a ball or a strike. We're going with ball. Yep, that's what he just said. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kirk looks in. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runners on first and second for the Blue Sox. Here's a pitch from Kurek. That one is popped up again down the first baseline. First baseman is underneath it, and he makes the grab to end the top of the inning. Dogs are going to be up here in a minute. Score is 14-5, and they've got their last 3 outs coming at them, and we'll be right back. Hey fans, tell the world you are here at Veterans Memorial Park watching your Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Share your experiences, connect with other fans, and gain behind-the-scenes access to your favorite team. For more information, visit mvdiamonddogs.com or like us on Facebook or follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Okay, we're back for the bottom of the 7th inning. Dogs have got 3 outs here to prove something, or we're going to be ending this game and going to the next one. So it's 14-5 Blue Sox right now. And number 25, Kyle Coleman, is at the plate. He had a strikeout, a single, and a strikeout his last at bat. Reardon is still on the mound. That one fouled back here towards the booth. Ellen and Chris taking cover again. They're going to have PTSD by the end of this game. So no balls, 1 strike. Here's a pitch from Reardon. Outside corner for strike 2. Coleman gave the look, but that ump has been pretty consistent with those calls in that spot all night long. You may not like it, but he's been calling it every time. So no balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Outside in the dirt for ball 1. Here's the pitch. That one is popped up foul over the dugout here. So count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes to Coleman. Here's the pitch from Reardon. Outside and low for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out here. Bottom of the 7th inning. Blue Sox are up 14-5. Lights are on. Wind has died down. But it's hazy with an air quality alert. Here's the pitch. That one is hit hard to left field, deep left field. And that ball is out of here. So Coleman hits another home run. Kind of the thing that the Dogs need. So Coleman crosses the plate. Everybody's there to greet him. They look like they're out of energy. I thought we were going to get a boom down there, but we didn't get it. Down 14-6 now. That brings number 9, Connor Scanlon, to the plate. Scanlon struck out, walked, and then struck out again.
No betting, number 9, Connor Scanlon.
Reardon's pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. Nobody out here. Here's a pitch from Reardon. High and inside for ball 2. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Outside corner for strike one. Scanlon shakes his head at that one, but once again, pretty consistent on those calls. Reardon's ready to go. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike two. Two balls, two strikes. Here's a pitch from Reardon. That one's hit hard down third baseline. Third baseman made a great stab at it. Throw over to first base in time. He made an incredible catch there. Laid out, caught the ball, got up, made the throw to first base in time for out number one. So that brings number 35, Jake Dolan, to the plate.
Now batting number 35, Jake Dolan.
Dolan struck out his first 2 times at bat and then ground out to the shortstop his last time. Dogs are down to their last 2 outs here in this game before we get the break and start the second one. First pitch is curled in for strike one. Reardon looks in. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one swung on and missed for strike two. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Reardon. High for ball one. There's 1 out, nobody on for the DiamondDawgs. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning of a 7-inning game. Blue Sox is up 14-6. Blue Sox are up 14-6. Here's a pitch from Reardon. He tried to check his swing, but went around, called strike 3. So Dogs are down to their last out of the game here. Number 28, Colin Richter, is coming to the plate. He walked. He reached on a fielder's choice. And he had a fly out to the right fielder his last time up. He's a left-handed batter. Kind of the last gasp for the Dogs here before we go into a break. Here's the pitch from Reardon. Outside and away for ball one. Pete Pagliaro is going to be calling your second game. I'm going to try and get out on the field and get some photos before it gets too dark out there of the action. But with a big break in between, it'll be pretty dark here. Here's a hard hit ball past the first baseman into right field, and he's going for 2 on this one. Richter's in with a clean double. So that brings number 27, Ryan Payne, to the plate. Ryan Payne has had a tough night tonight. He's been up 3 times and struck out 3 times. So with 2 outs, I don't think he wants to do that and leave Richter on second base. So Payne steps in. Richter's ready. Here's the pitch. Outside and away for ball one. I'm sorry, Reardon. I said Richter. Richter's on second base. So 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Dogs down to their last out here. Here's a pitch from Reardon. Outside corner for strike 1. That same spot, Ump's been consistent. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Dogs have a runner at second base in scoring position. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Outside for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. 14-6 Blue Sox. Dogs down to their last 2 strikes here before we take a break. Here's a pitch from Reardon. That one's popped foul over the bleachers for strike 2. So down to the last strike here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hopefully the Dogs can reset between games here and come in fresh. Hopefully the temperature's dropped a little bit too. Here's the pitch, fouled back. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ella was ready to dive on that one too, but it wasn't close enough. So she chilled out just a little bit, grabbed a glass of water, just like nothing happened. I'm starting to get into the silly stuff like Pete does. I'm just prepping you guys for the second game because Pete has silly stuff. Reardon looks in. Here's the pitch. That one fouled back. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. So Payne's making it a real pain for Reardon to get out of this game. As he should. He'd like to get something going tonight with 3 strikeouts. I think he wants something better than that. He'd love to get some wood on this and get a single. Here's a pitch from Reardon. Outside and away for 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count. So Payton's hanging in there. We had to extend our live stream game clock by an hour already because it's 8 o'clock and we're just now finishing almost. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for a strikeout, and that ends it for the first game. We're going to take a bit of a break here, probably somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes, and then we'll be back. We'll put a little screen up here that says between games, and we'll be ready to start the second one when we come back.
Rolled into town at the break of dawn. Fog on the canal, the river rolls on. Main Street whisper with an old-time song. In Little Falls, I know I belong. Oh, Little Falls lights shine in the night. Small town heart burning steady and bright. Wherever I wander, I find my way home. In Little Falls, I'm never alone. Brick front shops and a hometown smile. Kayaks drifting on the Erie Canal. Summer nights dancing under the stars. This little town beats big in my heart. Oh, Little Falls lights shine in the night. Small town heart burning steady and bright. Wherever I wander, I find my way home. In Little Falls, I'm never alone. In Little Falls, I'm never alone. Seasons change, but the feeling stays. Autumn gold or the winter's haze. Every road, no matter how long, leads me back where I belong. Oh, Little Falls lights shine in the night. Small town heart burning steady and bright. Wherever I wander, I find my way home. In Little Falls, I'm never alone. Yeah, in Little Falls, I'm never alone.
Fans, thanks for tuning in to Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs Baseball. I'm Pete Pagliaro. Back here for Game 2 between the Utica Blue Sox and the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs in this perfect game collegiate baseball league action from Veterans Memorial Park in Little Falls. First, let's go through the lineups for Utica. Batting first, number 5 is Michael Flash, the second baseman. Batting second, number 32, the third baseman, Kevin Francella. The left fielder is number 17, Jack Sweeney. Number 2 is the shortstop, Anthony Peritano. The extra hitter is number 1, Connor Jones. The DH is number 15, Ethan Madison. At first base for the Blue Sox, number 6, Justin Levine. Catching number 3, Caleb Miller. The center fielder is number 8, Bowden Fernster. And in right field is number 62, Robbie Carvelli. On the mound tonight for the Utica Blue Sox is number 59, Anthony Catalano. For the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs, it'll be Ethan Diaz batting first. He's the center fielder, number 14, followed by Jake Hardy, number 4. He's the right fielder. The second baseman is number 25, Kyle Coleman. The left fielder is number 19, Brody Frecker. The DH number 9 is Connor Scanlon. The catcher number 34 is Joe Crenshaw. At first base is number 38, Wesley Alfonso. The third baseman is number 21, Harsh Ramanana Venkat. And the shortstop for Mohawk Valley is number 6, Roberto Valdez. On the mound tonight for Mohawk Valley is number 20, Colin Kroner. So we are just about ready to start as Kroner taking his last few warm-up tosses here for the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Dogs dropped the first game to the Blue Sox, so Game 2, another 7-inning affair. And we are just about ready to get things going here. And once we get the final pitches thrown here by Kroner, it'll be Michael Flasher leading off, followed by Kevin Francella and Jack Sweeney. 1, 2, 3 in the order for the Blue Sox. The Blue Sox wearing their black tops tonight with the Blue Sox name across the front in that kind of light blue color with pinstripes that go down the side, down the front of their jerseys. And they're wearing gray pants. For Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs, the hunter green uniforms as usual. Dogs scrawled across the front and white pants. So Kroner taking his last few warm-up tosses. And he is 1-0 on the year is Kroner for the Dogs. Dogs looking for a victory here tonight, as with the loss now, they have dropped to 15-17. Meanwhile, Utica improves to 18-15. So Michael Flash, number 5, the second baseman for the Utica Blue Sox, is going to step into the batter's box for this Game 2 action here from Vets Park in Little Falls. Gatorade, whatever. And here is Kroner with the windup and the pitch. And that first pitch misses for ball 1-2. Flasher in the count 1-0. So Flasher, a left-handed batter against the righty here in Kroner. Bats from the left side in the batter's box, ready to go. Here is the 1-0 pitch. And there's a strike. And the count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Flasher. Flasher again, the second baseman for Utica at the plate here to start this Game 2. Flasher, a .314 hitter coming into this series. That one misses outside the count now, 2-1 to Flasher. As I mentioned, Flasher .314 batting average entering this series here against Utica here tonight. I'm sorry, against Mohawk Valley. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the windup and the pitch. That is down low for ball 3 in the count now, 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. A couple announcements for the Dogs. The Dogs have had another draftee drafted into the Major League Baseball draft, so congratulations to Darren Horn. He was drafted by the Chicago White Sox. So congratulations to Darren Horn, who was from Coastal Carolina, played here for the Dogs. And the count now is 3-2. Also congratulations to the All-Stars Joe Crenshaw, Eric Diaz, Byron Arias, Connor Scanlon, Brandon Lynn, and Jake Hardy, all making the All-Star squad. That one is popped foul. And the count remains 3-2. So always exciting when you scroll through the ticker and see the draft results, and you see Mohawk Valley DiamondDawg make the list. So he'll pursue his career in the big leagues with the Chicago White Sox. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that ball is popped foul, and the count remains 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Michael Flasher still at the plate here battling against the pitcher for the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs, Colin Kroner. 3-2 count. Here's Kroner now with a windup. And that ball again popped foul. And we're going to continue to battle here with a 3-2 count with Flasher at the plate facing Colin Kroner. Again, Flasher, Francella, and Sweeney all 1-2-3 here, due up in the first inning here in game 2. 3-2 pitch from Kroner on its way. And again, that is fouled off by Flasher, as he will not go away easily here for the Utica Blue Sox. The Blue Sox sitting in third place right now. Mohawk Valley in the 4th spot. Top 4 teams make the playoffs. 5 home games left after tonight's game. 3-2 the count. Here's the windup and the pitch. And there's a pitch outside, ball 4. And he will walk Will Flasher. So Flasher gets on base to start things off here for the Utica Blue Sox. And Kevin Francella, the third baseman, number 32, will come to the plate. Francella hitting .375 for the Blue Sox. He is a right-handed batter and tonight's third baseman in this game, too. Francella will step into the box with a runner on first. Nobody out. Scoreless here in the top of the first. Here's the wind-up pitch. Swing and a miss. And the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Francella. Jack Sweeney awaits on deck here for the Utica Blue Sox. 0-1 the count. As Kroner looks over at the runner at first base. And he will set now and deliver the pitch. And that one is hit into right field. It's going to bounce in front of the right fielder for a base hit for Francella. And that puts runners on first and second here for the Blue Sox. So Jack Sweeney now the batter here for the Blue Sox. He is the number 3 hitter in the lineup. He's the left fielder, number 17. Another right-handed bat here for the Blue Sox. And Sweeney hitting a home run in the last game, so his 6th home run of the season. And he was hitting .289 when he started game 1 here tonight. So Sweeney is ready. Runners on first and second, taking short leads with nobody out here in the top of the first of this game 2. Here's the pitch. Shows bunt, pulls it back, and that one slipped away from the catcher Crenshaw, but the runners stay put at first and second, and the count 0-1. So no balls in the strike as Sweeney steps out, and getting back on the box slowly here is Sweeney as Kroner was looking at the runner at second base. Runners again on first and second. First baseman and third baseman almost playing on the grass. The first baseman is playing on the grass. The third baseman playing just a tad off. And there's a swing and a foul tip down the first base side. And the count quickly 0-2 here to Jack Sweeney. Sweeney again gets in the box here. Those runners on first and second taking short leads on the first baseman and third baseman, sitting back, not worrying about the bunt with the 0-2 count. Here's the windup and the pitch by Kroner. Curveball misses outside and low, and the count 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Dogs on a little bit of a losing streak here. They lost 3 games in a row after losing the game here before us. So looking to get back on the winning ways here in mid-July. And that one is fouled off on the left field line by Sweeney. And the count 1-2. So crucial part of the season as we hit mid-July. And the Dogs right in the middle of a playoff race here with the Utica Blue Sox as they battle for that 3 and 4 spot. 4 spots available. And right behind them is Glens Falls with, I believe, 2.5 games back. Also, Oneonta, also 2.5 back, but different record. Not playing as many games, so they're percentage points behind. 2-2. Here to Sweeney. Again, runners taking short leads at first and second, not being held on. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out. Top of the first, game 2 here from Little Falls. And that one coming right back at us. As you probably saw the seams at home as that one went right to the camera. And luckily, spared any damage. A couple balls get pretty close here tonight. Getting a little worried up here. 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We bring you all the action right to your lens, right to your couch. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Luckily, our camera is behind a fence here, so it is protected for the most part, but you never know. Some strange sounds coming out of the dugout here from Utica. Someone had something bad for lunch, sounds like. 2-2. And here's the windup and the pitch. And that one misses inside for ball 3 in the count, 3-2. Whenever these two teams get together, the rivalry heats up as these teams just play down the road from each other. We call it the Battle of Route 5. 3-2. Thus far, it's been all Blue Sox. In game 1, let's see what happens here in game 2 as the Diamond Dogs look to regroup. Here's the pitch, and that one is fouled off, and the count remains 3-2. So thus far, battles at the plate between pitcher and the hitters. So Jack Sweeney strolls away from the plate before he makes his way back in here to face Kroner. Kroner, 3-2 pitch will be on its way here. And that ball hit hard to center field. And the center fielder slides and makes the nice catch in center field. And that is out number 1. Keeps all the runners where they are. As a nice play out in center field by Eric Diaz for Mohawk Valley.
Shortstop number 2 from Murray State, Anthony Paratano.
So here's Anthony Paratano, the shortstop for the Blue Sox. Paratano, number 2, the 4-hitter in the lineup for Utica. Bats from the right side of the plate. So righty versus righty here with Colin Kroner, a right-handed pitcher here for Mohawk Valley. Runners again still on first and second for the Blue Sox. That pitch is high for ball 1 to Paratano. Connor Jones on deck. He's the extra hitter for Utica. Here's the 1-0 pitch now. Runner at second base dancing around. Here's the pitch. And that one hit right at the second baseman. He knocks it down, picks it up, throws over to the shortstop who steps on the bag. And they get the force out at second. So Paratano reaches on a fielder's choice. And Connor Jones now will come to the plate. So Connor Jones, the extra hitter. And
Number 7, Connor McCartney.
so Connor McCartney, now the batter. We had number 1 written here in the lineup. So McCartney takes the first pitch and pops it up. And the shortstop is called off by the center fielder for the out to end the inning. And that'll do it for the inning. And we are scoreless heading in the bottom of the first.
We know pools. Garrity Pools and Spa are the experts in building and creating backyard memories for thousands of families. Garrity takes pride in offering only the highest quality in-ground Pacific pool and radiant above-ground pools that are built for upstate New York weather. Garrity offers only the best with BioGuard chemicals to keep your pool sparkling clean. Visit the professionals at Garrity Pools and Spa, 234 South Caroline Street, Herkimer, or GarrityPools.com.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
the first for your Dogs, center fielder number 14 from the University of Connecticut, PGCBL All-Star, Eric Diaz.
And here we are, bottom of the first, and starting off here in the bottom half of the first inning for the Dogs is PGA CBL All-Star Eric Diaz, the center fielder. He'll be followed by Jake Hardy and Kyle Coleman. And here we go, first pitch to Diaz. He hits it foul on the first base line. On the mound tonight for the Blue Sox is Anthony Catalano. Anthony Catalano, the pitcher. He is 1-0 on the season for Utica. Here's pitch number 2, and that one catches the outside corner for a called strike 2. And the count quickly 0-2 here to Diaz. So no balls and 2 strikes. There's a windup and the pitch. And there's a swing and a miss and the drop 3. So he's going to throw over to first base for the out. And coming to the plate will be another all-star for Mohawk Valley.
Number 4 from Fairfield University, 2026 PGCBL All-Star, Jake Hardy.
So here is Jake Hardy, another all-star for Mohawk Valley. He is a right-handed batter here for the Dogs. And there's a called strike 1, the count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. Hardy hits that ball between the first and second baseman for a base hit here in the bottom of the first inning. And he gets on base to start things off here for Mohawk Valley.
25 from Belmont University, Kyle Coleman.
So here is Kyle Coleman. And a pitch outside to Coleman, the count 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes. One 0 pitch, here it comes. And that is down low for a strike, the count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Kyle Coleman, a right-handed batter here for the Dogs, has a runner on first base here in the bottom of the first. Here's the windup and the pitch here. And there is ball 2 in the count, 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike here to the second baseman, Kyle Coleman. Here's Catalano with the windup and the pitch. And that one is popped in the air into right field. The right fielder is going to make the grab for out number 2. So a pop out for Kyle Coleman will bring up Brody Frecker.
Now batting for your Dogs, left fielder number 19 from George Washington University, Brody Frecker.
So Brody Frecker, the left fielder, now the batter here for Mohawk Valley. Frecker hitting .314 on the season with 2 home runs. Other right-handed bat here for the Dogs. Here's the pitch. Outside. Stopped by Caleb Miller in the count 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes. Familiar name behind the plate for me. That is Westmoreland grad Caleb Miller. So good to see him continuing to play ball after high school. And that has popped up into foul territory in the count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Brody Frecker. Frecker's got 2 outs with a runner on first base here in the bottom of the first, and this is game 2. Dogs looking for a split here with Utica winning game 1. Here's the windup and the pitch. Runner takes off, no throw. And there's a stolen base for Hardy. So Frecker now faces a 2-1 count as Catalano looks in, gets his sign from his catcher, looks at the runner at second base quickly, and now looks again and will wind and deliver on the 2-1. And swing and a miss in the count now, 2-2 to Frecker. On deck, Connor Scanlon, the DH tonight for Mohawk Valley. 2-2 count. Here's the windup and the pitch from Catalano. That one just missing, hitting him. And the count now 3-2. So a full count here to Frecker. The Dogs would gladly take a walk here if they can. Runner on second base for the Dogs is Jake Hardy. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 4, and Frecker will walk on over to first base.
Now batting for your Dogs, designated hitter number 9 from Fairfield University, 2026 All-Star, Connor Scanlon.
So here is Connor Scanlon. Scanlon, another All-Star here for Mohawk Valley. He is the DH here tonight. Another right-handed batter for Mohawk Valley. Scanlon hitting .273 with 5 home runs for the Dogs. First pitch to Scanlon is a ball on the count of 1-0. So 1 ball, no strikes. Dogs have runners on first and second here in the bottom of the first. Looking to get on the board here first against the Blue Sox. 1-0 pitch coming to Scanlon. Outside. Ball 2 in the count now, 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes, 2 outs. Catalano sets now, looks at that runner at second base, takes a long stare before he delivers the pitch. And right down the middle, called strike 1. The count now 2-1 to Scanlon. Scanlon steps out of the box momentarily before he steps back in, ready to face Catalano. Catalano is ready. And he's going to wind and deliver here on the 2-1. And that one is outside for ball 3. And the count now jumps to 3-1 here to Connor Scanlon from Fairfield University. One of many Fairfield Stags here on the lineup for the Dogs. On the baseball team, I should say. A couple of them in the lineup. 3-1. Catalano looks at that runner at second before he delivers. Swing and a miss. And that is good for strike 2, and the count now full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Scanlon with Joe Crenshaw awaiting on deck. 3-2 now. As Catalano digs back, and he's at across for called swing and miss, strike 3, and the inning, 2 runs stranded, no score after 1.
At GPO, we understand every member's journey is unique. That's why our employees take the time to listen, understand, and deliver personalized solutions that fit your life. From budgeting to borrowing, we're with you every step of the way. Your journey, our commitment. GPO Federal Credit Union, committed to excellence.
Leading off the top of the second for the Utica Blue Sox, designated hitter number 15 from Trevecca Nazarene University, Ethan Madison.
And welcome back. Ethan Madison will lead things off here for the Blue Sox here in the top of the second inning. He is the DH tonight for Utica. Number 15 is Madison. Here's the pitch. And that one catches the bottom portion of the plate. The count 0-1 to Madison. It'll be Madison, Justin Levine, and Caleb Miller. And that one is popped into foul territory. And for Madison, he comes in this series for Utica, hitting a .385 with 1 home run. And he's got an 0-2 count here. Here's the windup and the pitch. And swing and a miss for strike 3 and out number 1 here in the top of the second.
Now batting for Utica, first baseman number 6 from Caldwell University, Justin Levine.
So Justin Levine, the first baseman here for Utica, will come to the plate now with 1 out. Levine hitting .232. There's the pitch to Levine, and is high for ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes. Justin Levine, right-handed batter here for Utica. Here comes the windup and the pitch. And that one down low for ball 2, and the count jumps to 2-0 now to Levine. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the second here from Little Falls. 2-0 pitch on the way. And curveball missing high, and the count 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes here to Justin Levine, the right-handed batter for the Blue Sox. The windup and the pitch from Kroner, and that's called a strike. The count now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Colin Kroner, the pitcher, on the mound here for Mohawk Valley. He winds and delivers, and that is popped up in the air. And it is out of play in the count 3-2. So a full count here to first baseman Justin Levine. 3-2 count here to Levine. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one is hit into right center field. And the center fielder makes the grab for Mohawk Valley for out number 2.
Batting for the Blue Sox, catcher number 3 from Union College, Caleb Miller.
So here is the catcher number 3, Caleb Miller from Union College, and I'm going to gloat just a little bit as he attended Westmoreland High School. That's where I live. That's where my kids go to school. And Caleb was a great kid, had a great career at Westmoreland. Graduated with my daughter, and hits the heck out of that ball, and that is gone. So how about that? Right on cue, as the Westmoreland guy does it here for the Blue Sox and hits a solo home run. And 1-0 is the score as Caleb Miller goes around the bases for his first home run of the year. So you must have heard me up here giving the kudos to the Westmoreland guy. So we'll give him that one. But that's it, Caleb.
Batting for Utica, center fielder number 8 from Lafayette College, Bowden Fernster.
So Bowden Fernster, the center fielder, now the batter. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one misses. I'm sorry, that one in for a strike. And the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike here to Fernster, the center fielder. Hitting .235. And that is strike 2, and the count now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. And the pitch is popped up into right field, but the second baseman is there to make the grab and the inning, but not before the Sox score a run with a home run from Caleb Miller and take a 1-0 lead.
At Hummel's Office Plus, our customers remain our #1 priority. Hi, Central New York. This is Justin Hummel, CEO of Hummel's Office Plus. If you are in need of a reliable, competitive, and consistent business product supplier, give Hummel's a try. We offer customized pricing, free next day delivery, and personalized service. With our wide assortment of office supplies, janitorial supplies, furniture, and everything else you need for your workplace, Hummel's is your go-to for all your business products.
And we are back. Bottom of the second here in Mohawk Valley.
2026 All-Star, Joe Crenshaw.
So Joe Crenshaw is going to lead things off here for the DiamondDawgs in the bottom of the second. Dogs are down to 1-0 after the home run from Caleb Miller. So here is Crenshaw at the plate. He's the catcher tonight for Mohawk Valley. Here's the windup and the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike one. So Crenshaw hitting .424, 5 home runs on the season for Crenshaw. Here's the 0-1. And that one misses in the count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Here to Joe Crenshaw. The windup and the pitch. And there is strike 2 in the count 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Crenshaw. Anthony Catalano, the pitcher here for Utica. He winds and delivers. And curveball called. Strike 3. That catches Crenshaw for the out. So he strikes out looking, does Crenshaw. And Wesley Alfonso now will come to the plate. So Alfonso hitting .241 with 1 home run on the season here. He'll step into the batter's box. On the right side, he's playing first base tonight in this game, too. As Alfonso will face Catalano here for the first time. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the second, 1-0 to score. Utica Blue Sox ahead. Here's the pitch. Right down the center of the pike. And that is called strike 1 and the count 0-1. So after Alfonso waiting on deck for Mohawk Valley is Harsh Ramayana Venkat. And the count 1-1 now. So 1 ball and 1 strike here to Alfonso. Catalano delivers, and there's a swing and a miss for strike 2 in the count. Ahead now in the count 1-2 is Catalano. So a ball and 2 strikes with a 1 out, nobody on. Oh, I'm sorry, 2-2, I missed one. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And 1 got away from us. And the count 2-2. Oh, that ball is hit into left field for a base hit for Alfonso.
Now batting for Mohawk Valley, third base.
And that'll bring up Harsh Ramayana Venkat.
Harsh Ramayana Venkat.
So here is Venkat, the third baseman here for the Dogs. Venkat hitting .286 for Mohawk Valley, right-handed batter. With a runner on first. Out went down low for ball 1. And the count 1-0. So 1 ball, no strikes. To Venkat here with a runner on. Bottom 2, 1-0, Utica ahead. And Miller throws over to first after the pitch. And safe at first base is the runner in Alfonso. So with 1 out, Alfonso's at first. Harsh Venkat at the plate. On deck is Roberto Valdez Jr. That one is hit into left field. The left fielder is there. He's going to make the grab for out number 2. So I pop out to left center field, caught by the center fielder.
Seven for your Dogs. Shortstop number 6 from St. John's University, Roberto Valdez Jr.
So here's Roberto Valdez Jr. Valdez Jr. hitting 167 for the Diamond Dogs. He's going to step in from the right side here to face the righty in Catalano. And Catalano has a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the second with a runner on first base. 2 outs. Here's the windup and the pitch now to Valdez Jr. And that one almost hits him, gets away from Miller, and that's going to allow the runner to advance to second base. That ball took a big hop in front of him. And the count 1-0 here to Valdez Jr. So Valdez Jr. the bottom of the order. And then back to the top we go with Eric Diaz on deck. So 1-0 the count here to Valdez Jr. He is tonight's shortstop in this game 2. If you missed game 1, Blue Sox victorious. Mohawk Valley looking to escape here with a 1-1 series between these two. And that one called a strike, and the count 1-1. I should say 1-1 series today. They played prior, and Blue Sox have won a couple games. I don't have the stats here in front of me, but 1-1. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one is popped up into right field. Right fielder moving over, and he makes the grab to end the inning. So they strand a runner on the base pads, and the score remains 1-0 Utica Blue Sox.
Spring into action and get started on your home projects with Little Falls Lumber. Get your free estimate today for that project, big or small. Little Falls Lumber. They're always happy to help.
Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations and speak to one of our knowledgeable salesmen about your next project.
Leading off the top of the third for Utica, right fielder number 62 from Lehigh College, Robbie Carvelli.
And we are back. Robbie Carvelli will lead things off here for the Blue Sox in the top of the third. 1-0 is the score. And Robbie Carvelli, the right fielder, number 62, is the batter here for Utica. And Carvelli fouls one off. And the count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike here to Carvelli. And Carvelli hitting .220. I don't think there's a relation, but that one is hit down the line into right field. Carvelli's going to head to second base, and he's going to keep going. And he will arrive at third base. So a triple for Carvelli here to lead things off for the Blue Sox. So Michael Flasher now the batter here for Utica. I was just going to say before he hit that ball, I don't think there's a relation, but Robbie Carvelli, I went to school with a Carvelli, and I actually dated a Carvelli in high school for many years. Actually, my first high school sweetheart was a Carvelli. A little jabbing from the dugout over here on the Utica side. And the umpires are discussing something here with the pitcher. And let's see what the chat is about. Talking about whether it's a foul ball or not. And now here comes Coach Luby. And I think he's going to argue the same thing, that maybe there was a foul ball. So they're going to talk it over. They're looking down the line. So Coach Luby getting the explanation from the home plate umpire. Home plate umpire is pointing down the line, and Coach Luby turns around and walks back to the dugout. I imagine unhappy, but not showing much emotion, but he's probably burning up inside. So Michael Flasher, now the batter, top of the order for Utica. He walked in his first at bat, did Flasher. He is a left-handed batter here for the Blue Sox. Runner on third base here with nobody out, top of the third. Here's the windup and the pitch to Flasher. And outside corner called strike one. No balls and one strike here to Flasher. Flash who? Oh, Flashner. I was calling a flasher. Like you know, you run out in the field and you flash somebody. Kind of in that whole World Cup mood where people just run out onto the pitch and, you know. So flashing, I was told, not flasher.
Flashner.
Oh, Flashner. You know what? I'll get it right by the end of the night. Not even drinking, folks. Just had a Gatorade. So Flashner pops it foul, and the count 0-2 after all that. Took me a couple of pitches to figure out this guy's last name. Actually, it took me a whole batting order. I've been saying it wrong the whole time. We keep it a little dark here in the booth because if we turn the lights on, the bugs start coming out. So sometimes really got to squint my eyes to see the names on this thing. That breeze has come through, and it feels amazing, folks. That one is popped into the air. And this could be trouble. No, it's not, as the left fielder makes the grab and throws it in quickly, so the runner's going to stay put at third base. So Flashner pops out for the first out of the top of the third.
Third baseman number 32 from William & Mary, Kevin Franchella.
So Kevin Franchella, who singled in his first at bat, now will come to the plate for the Blue Sox. Well, congratulations to all the Boilermaker runners who ran the Boilermaker this past weekend. It was not too hot. I heard from some of the folks who were running, so congratulations to all the folks who ran. Congratulations to the winner. And that one misses for ball one to Francella. Also, we have a winner for the World Cup Championship game. The first ticket has been punched, so if you don't want to know who it is, you're saving the game for later. Tune away for a second. I'm going to mention who won today. And hopefully 2-0 count. You're away. Ears are covered. Spain with the victory. A little surprised myself. I thought France with Mbappe would win it. And the All-Star game on the tube here in the booth. So baseball all around us here tonight. 3-0 the count here to Franchella. Josh getting all worked up on my left side over here. He's we'll be sending him to anger management classes after this game. Gets a little riled up. Got to make sure we keep him calm here in the heat. He gets a little overheated sometimes. And that one misses for ball 4. So he will take a walk. So Jack Sweeney now the batter. So some good news for Josh as him and his wife purchased a home. So congratulations to the McMullins. I will not be giving out his street address so you can harass him. Well, maybe. It depends how angry I get at him during the game. We'll see. And that one misses. But I will say that Josh loves hanging out with me so much, right, that he moved into my neighborhood. I mean, isn't that love? I mean, we stay here in the summertime and sweat together, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to move near Pete. The bad news for Josh is my pool's not working, so he can't just show up and dive in the pool because I need a new liner. So poor Josh can't, sneak into the Pagliaro estate and dip his toe in the water. Maybe next year, Josh. 1-1 the count. And all the fortunes that I've made here as the announcer of the play-by-play guy for the DiamondDawgs. I built this castle in Westmoreland. Not really. Just kidding. 1-1. Here's the pitch. And that has popped up the foul territory in the count 1-2 now. So 1-2 strikes with, I believe, Jack Sweeney still at the plate. As I was blabbering off about things, I forgot who was batting. It is Mr. Sweeney. So Mr. Sweeney, he popped out in his first at bat. He's at the plate now with a 1-2 count with 1 out. It's a warm evening here tonight, but not too bad for the temperatures. It is humid. A little breeze came through here just to wake us up a little bit. And that has popped foul again in the count 1-2. It's actually not. That is true. As I was saying, you haven't been here for 2 games. I've been in the ballpark, frolicking around. That's a big word I use there, frolicking. I'm not really sure what it means. I just heard someone say it before. So 1-2, here's the pitch. And there's a strike for out number 2. So thanks to Dave Warner, who did the first game for me, as I was in Syracuse today for, as I say, my real job. And had to make the trek all the way here, and I arrived a little late, but I got here. And then Dave was on a roll. He was keeping my seat warm, literally hot, sweaty, and he did a good job. So I let him stay on. So I appreciate Dave taking the helm in my absence. No balls and 1 strike. He does a good job. And we were just talking during the break, and I'm sure his wife is listening, the mayor. And he was just telling me all the things he does for a retired guy. He's quite busy, folks. And that one misses for ball 1. And the count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike for a retired guy. He basically is writing newspapers, frolicking in space, teaching kids how to broadcast. I mean, I can go on and on. There's all kinds of stuff he does. He mows the lawn, I think, too. 1-2. He actually might mow the lawn here at the park. I don't even know because, he does everything. 1-2, and I probably shouldn't give ideas to the mayor because she's probably like, that's a great idea. Maybe we should have Dave mow the lawn here at the ballpark. So I'll ask Dave later. He'll stay afterwards, and he'll be home late. So 1-2 as that one's fouled off. So if you're looking for him to come home with pizza or food later, Deb, he's going to be mowing the lawn here tonight, so he'll be a little later. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right now he's doing another job. He's taking photos. He's also a photographer. So if I just rattled off all the job titles Dave has, we'd probably be here for the whole 7 innings that we are playing here tonight. He really does a lot, and God bless him, a lot of energy. 1-2, a lot more energy than I do have. That one misses in the count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Peritano. And I believe it's not even Peritano at the plate anymore. Like I said, I was just talking and talking. I don't even know who's batting. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Is it Peritano? All right, good. 2-2. For those fans keeping track at home, that one gets past the diving shortstop, and the first run will score in the inning for the Blue Sox. That one's going to get away from the center fielder, and 2 runs now will score. And the Dogs extend their lead here to 3-0 here in the top of the 3rd inning.
For Utica, extra hitter number 1 from George Washington University, Connor McCartney.
So Connor McCartney here, the batter, number 7. McCartney, a right-handed batter with 2 outs and a runner on second base here for Utica. And they have a 3-0 lead here. So they jump out in front again, just like the first game. And let's see if they can be tamed here in these later innings. Out one high and inside. The count 1-0 to the batter here for the extra hitter, McCartney, for Utica. Got a runner on second base, taking a short lead, not being held on.
1-0 the count with 2 outs. Here's the windup now and the pitch to McCartney. And that one misses. 4-2. So 2 balls and no strikes. And again, a little breeze comes through and he smells some barbecue. 2 balls and no strikes. And the catcher, Crenshaw's going to take a slow walk out to the mound to talk to his pitcher, Colin Kroner. 2-0 is the count against McCartney here. Utica already with a 3-0 lead here in the top of the third. Remember, folks, a 7-inning game due to the doubleheader. Utica winning game 1. And these Dogs looking to try to find a way to win this game 2 and even things up here before Utica heads back home down the Route 5 corridor. 2-0 the count. There's the windup and pitch by Kroner, and right down the middle for a call, strike 1. Oh. Yep, 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike to McCartney. Ethan Madison is on deck. And that one misses for ball 4, and he will take a walk. Will McCartney. I thought it was 3-1, but sure, we're not getting the counts up here in the booth from the umpire, so it's kind of hard to keep track. We're doing the best we can. So Ethan Madison, now the batter for Utica. He struck out his first at bat. He is the DH tonight. Madison, a right-handed batter for the Blue Sox. They've got runners on first and second with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. And that is popped up, and Crenshaw's heading over to the dugout. And it is out of play down the third base line. And that'll bring the count to 0-1 to Madison. So no balls and 1 strike, 2 outs here to Madison. He is the DH for Utica. After Madison, Justin Levine, who is on deck, is up next for the Blue Sox. So Madison back in the box. The pitcher back on the rubber is Kroner. 0-1 count. Runners on first and second, taking short leads. Here is the pitch from Kroner. And again, fouled off in the count now, 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Madison. Again, the DH, number 15, he makes some adjustments to his batting glove before he heads back into the batter's box from the right side. And right-handed batter is Madison. And 0-2 with 2 outs. Here's the windup. And the pitch shortly. Here it comes. And that one hit hard down the third base line. And that is fouled in the count 0-2. So no balls and 2 strike. New set of baseballs coming in here for the umpire in the count 0-2. So Madison is ready to go, as is Colin Kroner. 0-2. And so is Ezzo. He's packing his bags, ready to take off. He's been here a long time today, folks. Here's the pitch. And that is fouled off. For those that don't know, Ezzo, he works during the day, he works during the night, gets very little sleep, goes on the road with the Dogs. He's another one. He's like the Dave Warner. He does it all. So he's kind of, he's sweaty, he's cranky, too hot, too warm. He's tired, he's hungry. The umpires are not cooperating. People are yelling at him through Facebook. It's just all kinds of stuff going on. We're having a great time here, folks. 1-2. Don't get us wrong. We love what we do, but sometimes we get a little hot and cranky. 1-2. That one misses in the dirt. Stopped by Crenshaw. The count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Hopefully you're at home, feet up, listening to us with the AC on. Maybe a nice cold beverage, whether it's an alcoholic beverage or a nice can of soda or iced tea. Sounds really good right now. Anyone's out there. There's 4 of us in the booth. We'll take a iced tea with lemon. No sugar. You don't put sugar in it. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and that one missing for ball 3 in the count now. 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes now to Madison. Again, runners on first and second. 3-2. And there's a little dribbler foul. And the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. So tomorrow, the last game of the World Cup before the championship game. So we'll see who makes it tomorrow as Argentina faces off against England. So that'll be, I think that'll be a good matchup. A lot of people are saying England's going to win that game, but I don't know. Anytime you got that number 10 Messi out there, your chances are pretty good. But Harry Kane on the other side, I think that's his name. 3-2. Can't say I'm the soccer connoisseur. But I have watched it, gotten the fever a little bit. That one's falling off, and you can hear the cheering of the Blue Sox players. 3-2, lively crowd here. Mostly coming from the Utica side. Most of the players, honestly. As he breaks his bat. And so he's going to get a new piece of lumber. And he's going to have a 3-2 count when he's ready to go. So 3 balls and 2 strikes when Kroner is all set. As the catcher, Joe Crenshaw, went out to personally deliver the ball to him. Madison has a new piece of hardware ready to go. And let's see how that hardware works with a 3-2 count. 3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and second here for Utica. 3-0 lead. Here's the pitch. And it's popped up down the left field line. And it is out of play. We're down by the bullpen area of the Blue Sox, and that one is out of play for Utica. So Madison is going to do it all over again with a 3-2 count with 2 outs. We're in the top of the third. It is 3-0. Utica Blue Sox. 4 hits for the Blue Sox, 2 for Mohawk Valley. As we wait the shortstop to get back in position, as he made a long run down the line going after that ball. 3-2. Kroner looks in now. He's going to wind and deliver here to Madison with 2 outs. Here's the windup and the pitch by Kroner. And that is hit hard into left center field. It is at the wall. He bounces off the Merrick side. Here comes 1 run. Here comes a 2nd run. So a stand-up double for Madison as Utica adds to their lead here in the top of the third. And that now lead 5-0. Blue Sox bats have heated up in these 2 games here tonight. As Justin Levine now will come to the plate for the Blue Sox. And with that, here comes Coach Luby and the entire infield. So we'll take a break and be back after this.
At NBT Bank, we know that this day starts with this one. This day starts with this one. Because no matter how unforgettable the extraordinary days are, there's a lot of every day that leads up to them. You can count on NBT Bank to help you get started. NBT Bank, it starts here.
And we're back. Justin Levine now the batter for the Blue Sox. New pitcher on the mound, a lefty, Colin Skirmont from Lemoyne College, now pitching. So Levine is ready with runners on second base. And the first pitch to Levine is a strike, and the count 0-1. We're here with 2 outs. No balls and 1 strike. There's Skirmont looking in, getting his sign from his catcher, Crenshaw. And he delivers on the 0-1. Outside for ball 1, the count now 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here. Skirmont looking for 1 out to get his Dogs on the other side of the inning here. 4 runs scored in the inning, 5-0. Utica Blue Sox here in the top of the 3rd 7-inning game. Here's the windup and the pitch from Skirmont. And that one in the dirt. And the count 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike now and 2 outs. Levine popped out in his first at bat here tonight. 2-1. Major League Baseball All-Star game going on tonight. Our man Ezel has that on the other screen. And the train is here, folks. Time to jump on and get aboard. 2-1. And that one misses for ball 3. So 3 balls and 1 strike. So that's got to be the 9 o'clock train coming into Little Falls. Right on time as usual. Oh, running late, I'm told. All right. Running a little late. Sorry, I got lost track of time. I was having so much fun up here. 3-1. 3-1 pitch. There's a called strike on the count, 3-2. So if you were looking for the 9 o'clock train, it's running late. Still time to run on down to the train station and jump on board. Not really sure where the train is here. I know I see it on the way home, but I don't know where it runs here. No, I mean like where it is around this field. To my right, I'm being told. And there is ball 4, and he will take a walk. So Caleb Miller, who homered in his first at-bat, will come to the plate now with 2 outs and a runner on first and third. So Caleb Miller hit a home run in his first home run. I gave him kudos because he's from Westmoreland, but I'm thinking we're good now, Caleb. I'll go down and say hello to Caleb after the game, even though on the field we're competitors, but we're friends off. Everybody's friends here off the diamond. 1-0. So 2 outs, runners on the corners here for the Blue Sox. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the windup now and the pitch from Skirmont. Down the center of the plate. 4 calls, strike 1 on the count, 1-1 now to Miller. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. One pitch, and that is fouled off by Miller in the count now, 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now, I'll share you a little story about Miller. When he was playing baseball in Westmoreland, I was coaching the modified team, I believe. So I was around the Westmoreland varsity club a little bit. And I did get in his ear a little bit. I said, listen, when you go to Union during the summer, you want to play baseball, come play for the Dogs. Now, I'm not going to lie. He did say he would think about it. So I'm going to ask him today. What happened, Caleb? 2-2. I get it. His family's in the Westmoreland area, a little closer to Utica. I understand. 2-2. We got some good catchers here, though. Crenshaw's one of the best here. And that one is popped up into left field. I think out 2-2. I did pass the name along to Travis, our owner, GM. And when it all shook out, we did all right. We got Santiago here catching, Jaden Santiago, and we also have Joe Crenshaw, 2 good caliber catchers here. And Crenshaw's having quite a season here for the Dogs in his first year here. Hitting .424 with 5 home runs. Can't complain about that. 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Caleb Miller, the catcher for the Blue Sox. 3-2 pitch now coming from Skirmont. Needs one more strike here to get out of this inning. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And that misses for ball 4. And that will load the bases here for the Blue Sox.
Now batting for Utica, center fielder number 8 from Lafayette College, Bowden Fernster.
So Bowden Fernster, who popped out in his first at bat, now will come to the plate with laundry everywhere. It's like someone just washed their clothes and left Blue Sox all over the place. No balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Here is Fernster ready to go against Skirmont. Dogs already with a 5-0 lead. Skirmont looking to get out of this inning here. And the first pitch missing for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, as we mentioned before. Dogs are a little bit of a skid, losing 3 straight. And with that, here comes the pitching coach for the Dogs. Entire infield's going to come in to talk to Skirmont here. Give him a little pep talk with a 1-0 count. So 1-0 the count once we get back into action here. Dogs will be back here in town on Thursday night, and the Amsterdam Mohawk come to town. So it doesn't get any easier for Mohawk Valley, as Amsterdam been on a roll since they started to get some of their players off the College World Series. They were a lot of those kids playing in the College World Series, made their way to Amsterdam, and now they are rolling like they usually are in mid-July. 1-0 as Crenshaw makes his way back here to the plate. And they did lose to Glens Falls the other night, so 1 ball, no strikes. And Skirmont is ready to go here with bases loaded. 1-0 count. Here's the windup now and the pitch. And he's going to go back to second base. And second baseman wasn't there, just got there back in time. A little hairy there, but the second baseman for the Dogs got back. Just one of those days. There was Kyle Coleman there at second base. Here's the 1-0 now from Skirmont. Winds up the pitch. Down the middle, called a strike 1, and the count even at 1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Fernster. He popped out in his first at bat. He's the center fielder for the Blue Sox. A 1-1 count with 2 outs. Bases loaded. Top of the 3rd. Here's the pitch. Outside. Stopped by Crenshaw on the count 2-1. So Mohawk Valley just having a hard time finding the strike zone here. Two and 1 here the count. Flag in center field just kind of waving along, limping along. 2-1. Here's the pitch. And that ball popped up high to right field at the wall, and he makes the catch at the wall. Right on a real estate, makes the catch to end the inning, but not before a 4-1 score. 5-0, Utica ahead.
Spring into action and get started on your home projects with Little Falls Lumber. Get your free estimate today for that project, big or small. Little Falls Lumber, they're always happy to help.
Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations and speak to one of our knowledgeable salesmen about your next project.
Diaz.
So here is Eric Diaz, now the batter for Mohawk Valley to lead things off here in the bottom of the third. And the pitch to Diaz misses, and the count 1-0. So 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the windup and the pitch. And Diaz hits that one into left field. And left fielder makes the grab for out number 1.
Now batting for your Dogs, right fielder number 4 from Fairfield University, Jake Hardy.
So here's Jake Hardy. Hardy singled in his first at bat. Here's the windup and the pitch, and there's a strike to Hardy to count 0-1. And there is strike 2, so no balls and 2 strikes now to Hardy. Here's the 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that one hit into center field, and it is caught by the center fielder for out number 2.
Your Dogs, second baseman number 25 from Belmont University, Kyle Coleman.
So Kyle Coleman now the batter here for the Dogs with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Nobody on. And there is strike 1 to Coleman in the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Coleman, who popped out in his first at bat. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1, the count 1-1. Brody Fracker on deck for Mohawk Valley. 1-1 count here to Coleman. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that is fouled off in the count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One and 2. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one hit right to the glove of the first baseman. He makes the play to end the inning. Nice grab by the first baseman to end the inning. And 5-0 the score remains.
At NBT Bank, we know that this day starts with this one. This day starts with this one. Because no matter how unforgettable the extraordinary days are, there's a lot of every day that leads up to them. You can count on NBT Bank to help you get started. NBT Bank, it starts here.
And we are back. Robbie Carvelli is the batter here for the Utica Blue Sox here in the top of the 4th inning. 5-0 is the score. And here is Carvelli, who tripled in his last at bat. Skermont, the pitcher, and there's a swing and a miss for strike one. The count 0-1 to Carvelli. So no balls and 1 strike. 0-1 count. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that's fouled off on the count 0-2. So quickly ahead of the count here is Skermont. 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2 pitch coming from Skermont now. And here it is. And a little chopper to second base. Coleman picks it up, throws across. And safe at first on a tough play for Coleman. And safe at first base is Carvelli.
Now batting for Utica, second baseman number 5 from the College of Staten Island, Michael Flashner.
So Michael Flashner now the batter here for the Blue Sox. Runner on first base, nobody out. Top of the 4th, 5-0. Blue Sox ahead. And a 7-inning game here. This is game 2 of the doubleheader. Blue Sox took game 1, and they lead here in game 2, 5-0. And they throw back to first base. Runner slides back quickly. So I'll try to use my World Cup lingo there with the nil. The score does not resemble a soccer game. That one's fallen off. And the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike here to Flashner. He is a left-handed batter against the lefty here in Colin Skermont. Skermont from Lemoyne. He throws back to first base. Runner gets back quickly, slides back. And the count's going to stay put at 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike here. Here is the windup and the pitch to Flashner. Shows bunt and pops it up. And the count 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Flashner making his way back into the batter's box. Making some adjustments to his bat before he jumped back into the box. 0-2, runner on first base being held on, taking a short lead. 0-2. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that is high and outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Oh, and that one hits him as he was doing a little spin circle. And they're going to say he ran into that one, so he was not hit by a pitch. As he kind of spun around a little bit and kind of walked right into it. And now the coach is going to come out and say what happened. And now he said a foul ball, I guess. Well, 1 ball and 2 strikes is the count, we think. So a ball and 2 strikes here to Flashner. Timeout's called as Crenshaw's going to run out to the mound quickly. Maybe something got crossed up on the sides there, so he runs out to talk to his pitcher, Colin Skermont. Once we get back to action, it'll be a 1-2 count here to Skermont. It is 5-0. The Utica Blue Sox ahead here in the top of the 4th inning in this game 2 of the doubleheader. Therefore, 7 innings to get this done here for either Utica or Mohawk Valley. Right now, it is all Utica leading 5-0. 1-2 pitch on its way here from Skermont with a runner on first base. And that one misses outside, the count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wagner's ready. Skermont's ready. Here's the 2-2. And that ball hit right at the second baseman, throws over to the shortstop, and they turn the double play. Actually, they did not get the double play. I thought they got him at first. No? No, they did not get him at first. Okay, so 1 out. My apologies. So Kevin Franchella now the batter for Utica with 1 out. Still a runner at first base here. And that one is popped into right center field, and the catch is made for out number 2 with the pop out to the center fielder. That'll bring up Jack Sweeney. So here's Jack Sweeney, who struck out in his last at bat here for the Blue Sox, with 2 outs and a 5-0 advantage here in the top of the 4th. He will step into the batter's box to face Colin Skermont. And Skermont now will wind and deliver. And it puts that one a little high. In the count 1-0. So 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. And back to first base goes Skermont. Runner gets back safely. So 1-0 with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Skermont now sets, winds, delivers, and that's fouled off, and the count even at 1. So a ball and a strike to Jack Sweeney, who has popped out tonight and struck out. Anthony Paratano on deck for the Blue Sox should he reach. 1-1. Skermont looks in, grabs a sign from his catcher, now delivers on the 1-1 pitch. And that one down the middle for a strike, the count 1-2. So a ball and 2 strikes here to Jack Sweeney. Little breeze coming through, feeling pretty good. We need it once in a while here in the booth. 1-2, here's the pitch. Runner takes off. That ball hit to left field. And left fielder backing up at the wall, and that is gone. A home run from Jack Sweeney. So a 2-run shot from Jack Sweeney gives the Dogs 2 more runs here. Gives the Blue Sox 2 more runs here in the top of the 4th inning. The Blue Sox continuing to swing the hot bats here in this game 2. So Anthony Paratano, who reached on the fielder's choice and doubled, now will step into the batter's box with 2 outs, and now a 7-0 advantage for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch in the dirt for ball 1. 1-0 count here to Paratano. Here is Skermont now with the 1-0. High for ball 2, and the count now 2-0. So 7 runs on 7 hits here for the Blue Sox in the top of the 4th. 2 runs this inning for the last inning, and 1 in the second. And the pitch down the middle calls strike 1, and the count 2-1 now. So 2 balls and a strike. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one is hit into left field. Another base hit for the Blue Sox as the inning continues here in the top of the 4th.
Now batting for Utica, extra hitter number 7 from Millersville College, Connor McCartney.
So here's Connor McCartney. McCartney has popped out and walked here tonight. Right-handed batter is McCartney. And he's going to step in the box and take his swings here against Colin Skermont and see what he can do. Already with a 7-0 lead and a runner on first and 2 outs here. And down the middle for a call strike from Skermont. The count 0-1. 0-1. Skirmont looks in, gets his count, gets his sign from his catcher. Sorry, my apologies. And delivers the pitch inside for ball 1, and the count even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As thus far in both games, it's been all Utica Blue Sox. Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs not happy. 2-1 the count. Never happy when they lose, but definitely even more not happy when they play the Utica Blue Sox, as the rivalry is intense between these two. 2-1. Skirmont sets now, looks at the runner at first base, and will wind and deliver. And Crenshaw throws down the first base, runner gets back, and the count now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to McCartney with 2 outs and a runner on. Skirmont sets now, kicks, winds, delivers, and that's fouled off, and the count now full. So 3-2, as this is one that Skirmont wants to win here and get his dogs into the dugout and back at the plate. 3-2. Skirmont sets. He looks at that runner at first base, taking a short lead, and will deliver on a 3-2 pitch, and that's fouled off. And we will reset and do it all again. That one clanks off the bleachers down the first base line. 3-2 with 2 outs. Skirmont sets, kicks, winds, and delivers, and that is popped foul. Foul balls aplenty here in the top of the 4th inning. So we're going to reset and do it all over again. 3-2 count here. Skirmont is ready. He's going to look at that runner quickly at first and deliver the pitch. And again, a foul ball by McCartney, and the at-bat continues. Umpire says bring on some more baseballs, because a lot of these have been donated as souvenirs. 3-2. McCartney comes back into the batter's box. Skirmont was already waiting and ready to go. Looks at the runner at first, taking a bigger lead now, and here's the pitch. And that one calls strike 3, and that'll do it for the inning, but not before 2 more runs for Utica. It leads 7-0.
Little Falls, New York combines the charms of a small town with the conveniences of a much larger city. Of course, you'd expect to find welcoming people, beautiful scenery, family-friendly activities, and plenty to do outdoors. But you might be surprised to find that Little Falls, New York also has an espresso bar, gem shop, art center, French restaurant, antique centers, local hospital, and extensive civic services and amenities. Not to mention homes both beautiful and affordable, nestled in a dramatic natural setting amongst steep hills that descend to the Mohawk River and Erie Canal. Little Falls, New York. It's a great place to spend a few days or a lifetime.
Some people might think that the tire shop in Canajoharie only does tires. Nah, that's only their name. The tire shop does so much more. Oil changes, custom wheels, interstate batteries, computer wheel balancing, tire repair service and recapping, auto accessories, tire chains, ag bags, bale and net wrap, and much more. And when it comes to tires, the tire shop in Canajoharie also does so much more. Lawn and garden tires, off the road, backhoe, loader tires, log skidder, agricultural, ATV and UTV tires, and on the farm tires.
And we are back. Brody Frecker will lead things off here for the Dogs in the bottom of the 4th, down 7-0. Here is Frecker. And first pitch is a ball on the count, 1-0 to Brody Frecker. He has walked here tonight in his 1 at bat. And Frecker will follow one off down the third base line. And the count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike here to Brody Frecker. Bottom of the 4th, 7-0. Blue Sox ahead. Here's the pitch. And that one Hit into right field for a base hit for Frecker. And he leads things off here for the Dogs. You got to start somewhere. And Brody Frecker says, let's start it off here with me in the bottom of the fourth. So Connor Scanlon now the batter here for Mohawk Valley with nobody out. And a runner on first here for Mohawk Valley in the bottom of the fourth. Remember, we're only playing 7 innings tonight due to the doubleheader. So limited innings here for the Dogs to make up the 7 runs. Anything's possible. All it takes is 1 run at a time. That one's outside, and the count 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Scanlon. Here's the 1-0 pitch now. And down the center of the plate in the count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, runner on first base being held on at first. Nobody out. Bottom 4. 1-1 pitch. Here it is. And that ball hit into right field. And it's going to get past the right fielder, go all the way to the wall. And he's going to head to second base. And just like that, runners in scoring position here for the Dogs on the bottom of the fourth after Connor Scanlon picks up the double.
For your Dogs, catcher number 34 from Richmond University, Joe Crenshaw.
So Joe Crenshaw now, one of the bigger bats in the lineup here for the Dogs, will step into the box. He struck out in his first at bat, did Crenshaw. And he will step here in the batter's box with the runners in scoring position, second and third. So here's an opportunity for the Dogs to get right back in this. First pitch to Crenshaw misses inside and high for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that ball hit to the shortstop. Scoops it up, throws across. 1 run scores for the Dogs. And a 1 out after the shortstop throws it over to first to get Crenshaw. But the Dogs score their first run of the game. So here's Wesley Alfonso, who singled in his first at bat. Dogs pick up a run, 7-1 now. Runner on third base. Alfonso steps into the box here with 1 out. Another runner in scoring position at third base. Here's the pitch. Big swing and a miss by Alfonso. The count 0-1. So in order to get back in this ball game, exactly what the Dogs need to do, score 1 run at a time, chip away at that lead. 0-1 now. Here's the windup and the pitch. Down low for ball 1 and the count 1-1. A 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Alfonso. And that is high for ball 2. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So crowd has fizzled out a bit here. Still some fans in attendance for both sides. As the baseball faithful always stay to the end. That one misses inside, and the count now 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. And due to this rivalry, a lot of fans will travel for both teams, whether it's the Utica or fans coming up from Utica here to Mohawk Valley. And a lot of the DiamondDawgs fans will travel as well to places like Boonville, Glens Falls, Amsterdam. And make the trek out to support their team. 3-1 now, 3-2 actually is the count to Alfonso. So full count here with 1 out. Runner on third base for the Dogs. Down 7-1 here in the bottom of the fourth. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that misses for ball 4. And Alfonso will take his base.
Third baseman number 21 from Brown University, Harsh Ramayana Venkat.
So here's Harsh Ramayana Venkat for Mohawk Valley. Again, he comes to the plate, this time with runners on the corners. With just 1 out here in the bottom of the fourth, down 6. And here comes the first pitch to Venkat. Outside, the count 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes, 1 out. Here's the windup, the pitch, and that is fouled off, and the count 1-1. 1-1 pitch. And the count now 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Vencott with runners on the corners here for the Dogs. Bottom 4, 1 out. 1-2 pitch on its way. That is behind him. That gets away from the catcher. And play at the plate, and he is safe. And there is run number 2. The runner advances to second base. And now the count 2-2, but the Dogs have put up another run, 7-2. So they're chipping away here, are the Dogs. Also, new baseballs coming to the ball game here for the umpire. And the count now 3-2 to Vencott. Runner on second base, still 1 out here for the Dogs. And that one stopped by Miller. And the count full now at 3-2. Well, we thought that was 3-2. Now it's 3-2 now. Again, we're getting a little difficulty with the count here up in the booth as we're not always getting signs from the umpire. Here's the windup and the 3-2 pitch, we think now. And swing and a miss. And foul tip. And it's caught for the out. And that is out number 2.
Bring your Dogs, shortstop number 6 from St. John's University, Roberto Valdez Jr.
So here's Roberto Valdez Jr. with 2 outs. Runner on second base here for the Dogs. Dogs have scored 2 already in this inning. Would love to keep chipping away at that lead. Started the inning down 7. Now only down 5. That pitch misses for ball 1 to Valdez Jr. So 1-0 now to Valdez Jr. Valdez Jr. bottom of the order for Mohawk Valley. Then we go to the top. And that ball hit hard to center field. It's going to drop. And the center fielder makes the grab out in center field to end the inning. Nice grab by the center fielder to end the inning. The 2-run score for the Dogs, 7-2. Utica ahead.
If you're looking for some shopping and dining, head on over to Canal Place, where you will find quaint shops, galleries, restaurants, and inns situated in the old mill buildings and storefronts along the waterfront of Canal Place. They've become known as the happening place for the arts in the Mohawk Valley. Not so long ago, many of these buildings were working mills serving the garment industry. Even today, after conversion to serve as retail space, many of these rugged but lovely structures speak to our great regional manufacturing heritage. If you're looking for fine arts, entertainment, or antiques, you simply must pay a visit to Canal Place. Hey fans, tell the world you are here at Veterans Memorial Park watching your Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Share your experiences, connect with other fans, and gain behind-the-scenes access to your favorite team. For more information, visit mvdiamonddogs.com or like us on Facebook or follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
Leading off stop defense for Utica. Designated hitter number 15 from Tribeca Nazarene College, Ethan Madison.
And we're back. Ethan Madison will lead things off here for the Blue Sox in the top of the 5th. Caden Wells, the new pitcher now for Mohawk Valley. Right-handed pitcher is Wells. And he's going to face the righty here in Ethan Madison, who struck out and doubled already in this ball game. And the pitch is high and outside for ball 1 from Wells. The count 1-0. The Dogs chipped into that lead a little bit. 7-2 now the score. And here comes the windup and the pitch. And that ball hit to left field, and that ball is carrying. It is at the wall. It is gone. A home run for Ethan Madison. So Ethan Madison welcomes Caden Wells into the ball game with a home run. Says, hello, my name is Ethan Madison. So Justin Levine now the batter for the Blue Sox, as it doesn't seem to matter what the Dogs roll out there. Things just not going their way today. So 8-2 now the score. And some days things just don't go your way. The nice thing is you wake up tomorrow morning, there's another baseball game to be played. But this one's still not over. 8-2 the score. Just a uphill climb here for the Dogs. There's a swing and a miss in the count, 0-1. Folks, you know the old saying. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to offend anybody, but it's not over until some people sing. 0-2. I'm a little heavier set, so I'm offended by those things, so I don't want to say it. 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, I do make fun of myself because that's how it goes. That's what happens when it's a long day, it's hot. No balls and 2 strikes. There, Dave was out. I was talking about Dave, in a pleasant way earlier, and now he comes upstairs, and first thing he says to me, he starts, talking about my love for food. Although I do put a lot of money into the local economy here. I did stop at the local coffee shop again today, and there's a swing and a miss for out number 1. Is it called the Phoenix? Is that how it's called? Phoenix? It's a coffee shop. It's got a little ice cream in there and a bookshop on the other side. And I actually got to meet the owner today, young kid. Love his spirit. I talked to him. I encouraged him. I said, listen, you got a lot of courage doing this because it's scary to start a new business. He said it is, but he had great confidence, and he said that first week open has been great. Customers have been flocking in, and that's great to see in a local community like this. And a lot of new stores opening up. I was talking to Dave earlier about Main Street and how things are starting to happen. So good things are happening around here. 1-0 the count. And that one is popped up into right field. And the center fielder comes all the way across, kind of runs into the right fielder. And not sure if he made the catch or not. And, yeah, he did. Oh. Traffic jam out there, but they made the catch. So Bowden Fernster now the batter for the Blue Sox. So like I mentioned, I know some of you folks listen online and you make the trek out here to see your either grandkid play or your nephew or your child. And I know you come out here, stay in local restaurants, stay in local hotels, and you visit some of the local places. You got to stop down to Main Street. Check out what's down there. A lot of things going on down there. Good restaurants. And that's hit to left field. And Fernster's going to head to second. He's going to keep going. He's going to go all the way to third. And he will stop at third base. So Fernster found his way to third base on that play.
Now batting for Utica, right fielder number 62 from Lehigh College, Robbie Carvelli.
So Robbie Carvelli, now the batter for the Blue Sox. I'm going to guess that the Blue Sox on their way here stopped at a Phoenix and got some coffee, and that is what's going on here. Because there's no other explanation here. They're just ready to go, and things are just happening. So maybe tomorrow we send Mohawk Valley down to a Phoenix and say, have a couple of coffee, fellas, and we'll get back on track. Coffee is great. I don't know what kind of coffee they use. I didn't talk to him that much because Dave was on the air. I wanted to make sure I got back here to make sure things were in control. And I said, listen, I got to go. Dave's on the air. Who knows what he's saying? I'll have to talk to you more, but I got to run. No, Dave did a great job. I was actually, Dave was my company on the way down here. I was in Syracuse today, as I mentioned. It was a long day of grueling meetings today in Syracuse. Left the office late and put Facebook on in the car. And me and Dave kind of rode down the thruway together and, had a good little talk. I enjoyed them. 0-2. Now, what Dave doesn't know is I volunteered him for some work after the game. 0-2. Don't worry, Dave. I already told the mayor. She knows you're not going to be home for a while. You're going to be mowing the lawn now here at the park. It was kind of my great idea. I was saying how many things you do and all the jobs that you do and how much energy you have and how you're in space and you're, take that how you want to take it, folks. He actually runs he has a love for space, and he has a new app out there, Shutter to the Stars. So check that out. He's working on it, but you can still find things out there about Dave. Just look up Dave Warner Space. You'll find something, I guarantee it. That's what I do. 1-2. And so anyways, as I was giving him kudos, I said, he does a lot of things, got a lot of energy. He probably even mows the lawn at home. And I said, you know what? Why not save the city some money and just mow the lawn here at the park? And Nick does a wonderful job. But, Nick deserves a day off, too, sometimes. So, Nick, don't worry about it. Dave's got it. He's going to mow the lawn here tonight. And then tomorrow morning, bright and early, he's going to go around and mow the rest of Little Falls. And because he's just a good guy, he'll mow your lawn for free. So if you see him in the area, just stop him and just give him a cup of coffee or something, some water. He's fine. Point him to the sky. Tell him Jupiter's right there. He'll look at it for a while with his telescope. 3-2.
At least I prepared them for your dribble.
3 balls and 2 strikes. And I can't wait when Dave's app is actually out, because then we'll have people listening from Mars. 3-2, and there is ball 4. I think he might have got hit by the pitch. So, yeah, in all honesty, Dave has a love for space. Hang on, I'm letting you know who's batting first. Michael Flashner, now the batter. And 2 outs here. So, Dave does have a love for space, and he has a blog, I guess you want to call it. I can't remember. A Substack. Substack, that's what it's called. Shutter to the Stars, right? Website. ShutterToTheStars.com. And if you do click on that, make sure to send Dave an email. Tell him that you got there from me so I can get a couple bucks here and there. Because, I'm advertising his thing for free. He's not an advertiser on his own thing here. Well, he is actually, but I'm not sure if he actually pays for his own advertisements. That ball's hit to right field. And the innings just continue. The runs continue. And at this point, we're probably better off talking about space. 9-2 is the score. So Kevin Franchella now on the batter. So getting back to baseball here. The Blue Sox are just putting balls all over the place. Might as well put them in space, because that's where some of these balls have been going. In open space all over the baseball field. They lead 9-2 here in the top of the 5th inning. 7-inning game. Here's the pitch. Big swing and a miss. 4 strike 1 on the count. 0-1. So runners on first and second here for the Blue Sox in the top of the 5th. They've already scored 2 runs here. Lead 9-2. And Joe Crenshaw is going to go out and talk to his pitcher, Caden Wells. And I'm guessing he's telling him, listen, I know you're struggling, but there's this great website called Shutter to the Stars. You just check it out. See, we bring you the inside scoop here. No balls and 1 strike. Ezell's saying, listen, let's get back to baseball here. See, I like Ezell. He's a true. He still wants to know the play-by-play. He's doing his music. He's doing his thing. He's very down to business. No balls and 1 strike. 2 outs. Runners on first and second here for the Blue Sox, as they can just continue to dominate here in these last 2 games here, as they took the short trip down the road from Route 5. And they're going to head back home later on. They might be 2-0 after the bus starts back up. We'll see. Lots of baseball still off the plate. Only 7 innings, but still time for the Dogs to keep chipping away at the lead. But they got to stop these runs coming off the Utica Blue Sox bats. 1-1 count with 2 outs. Here's Caden Wells. Now he looks at that runner at second base and delivers the pitch. And that one is popped up. And first baseman's calling off. Actually, second baseman calls off the first baseman. makes the catch to end the inning. 2-run score. 9-2 is the score. Bottom of the 5th coming up.
Visit the Daily Post and stay connected with the latest news, information, and events in the Mohawk Valley. Our mission is to generate interest in the area and connect residents in a more meaningful way by facilitating deeper conversations about how these stories will shape the future of the Mohawk Valley. Join thousands of weekly visitors who stay up to date with feature stories, interviews, videos, our event calendar, and print publication, the Mohawk Valley Express. It's about timely local news for the community, keeping citizens informed about important issues, telling about the people who live and work here, and giving locally owned businesses the opportunity to reach a very targeted audience of locals and tourists alike. It's a whole new form of media-rich content developed specifically for today's mobile lifestyle and listeners. You can download our iOS app in the iTunes Store, listen to our podcast, or sign up for our weekly email newsletter. Stop by today at thedailypost.digital. You'll be glad you did.
Center fielder number 14 from Yukon, Eric Diaz.
And we're back for the bottom of the 5th, and Eric Diaz will lead things off for Mohawk Valley. New pitcher on the mound for the Blue Sox, Johnny Amato. So Johnny Amato now pitching. Eric Diaz will lead things off here in the bottom of the 5th for Mohawk Valley. It'll be Diaz, Hardy, and Coleman. 9-2 the score, bottom 5 in this 7-inning game. Game 2 here from Vets Memorial Park in Little Falls, New York. So things haven't been the greatest news here for the Dogs tonight, but good news for the Dogs. A draftee, as Darren Horn was drafted by the Chicago White Sox. So congratulations to Darren Horn. Played for Coastal Carolina in college and then came here to play for the Dogs. So we are very excited to have another player following their dreams and trying to get to the major leagues, getting drafted by the Chicago White Sox, Chicago's other team. So good to see that, and a little glove malfunction here from Johnny Amato as he's got his back to us and trying to get his glove on. He's got a wristband on, having some trouble with it, and he's all set, looks like. And so Eric Diaz will jump in the batter's box here to the left side, face the righty in Amato. Amato's ready to go. He will wind and deliver the first pitch here in the bottom of the 5th. And there's a swing and a miss for Diaz. And the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. It'll be Diaz, Jake Hardy, and Kyle Coleman all due up here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Dogs running out of chances here with 7 innings in this ball game. That one's popped up into foul territory. The count 0-2 now to Diaz. So Eric Diaz hitting .280 for the Dogs. Coming into this ball game tonight. The first game, I don't have the stats updated for game 1 yet. 0-2 the count here. Here's the windup and the pitch outside. And the count 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Diaz. Nobody out. Bottom 5. Dogs trail 9-2. And a lot of these Blue Sox players are going to jump in their vehicles. A lot of them drive here. The bus, I don't think I saw a bus here for the team. They drive because it's, short distance. Try to save some money here and there where you can. 2-2 the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. About a 40-minute drive or so. It takes me about 45 minutes. I'm sorry, not 45 minutes. I was thinking Syracuse. I'm sorry. Wrong place. Probably 30 minutes, 20 minutes. 2-2. As I was driving today, I was thinking I come from Westmoreland, so it's about 20, 30-minute ride or so. I'm like driving, like, why am I not there yet? And then I realized, oh yeah, 45 minutes away. So add that on to my ride. So it was fun though. 3-2. Traffic wasn't too bad. Made a lot of construction in that I-81 corridor. And there's a swing and a miss as he strikes out, does Diaz, for out number 1. So if you haven't been to Syracuse in a while, doing a lot of work on the bridges down there. So here's Jake Hardy. Hardy has singled and flew out in this ball game already. And he will step into the batter's box with 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the 5th. 9-2, the score, Blue Sox ahead. Amato, the pitcher, he looks in, and he will wind and deliver here to Hardy. And there's a strike inside corner of the plate, 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike with 1 out and nobody on. Dogs need runs. They need base runners. 0-1. Here is the windup and the pitch. That one down low for ball 1, and the count even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 out. Amato sets, winds and delivers, and that is popped into right field. And right fielder is right there to make the grab for out number 2. So Hardy pops out to right field for the 2nd out of the 5th inning. And Kyle Coleman now will come to the plate for the Dogs. So here's Kyle Coleman with 2 outs, nobody on here in the bottom of the 5th. Dogs are looking for a spark. We'll take it anywhere and see if Kyle Coleman can be that spark that they need here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 outs and big swing and a miss for strike 1. So no balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. Nobody on here in the bottom of the 5th with 2 outs. 0-1 pitch on its way from Amato. Here it is. Outside. And the count even at 1-1. The wind's picked up a little bit. You see that flag blowing from right to left. Not coming through here in the booth as we don't feel it, but it is blowing a little bit. It's keeping things a little bit cool. Not for us, though. 1-1. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 2 in the count now. 1-2 to Coleman. Brody Frecker on deck. Should Coleman reach here with 2 outs. 1-2. Amato looks in, grabs his sign from his catcher, and now delivers the pitch. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. That'll do it for the inning. Score remains 9-2. Dogs down.
We know pools. Garrity Pools and Spa are the experts in building and creating backyard memories for thousands of families. Garrity takes pride in offering only the highest quality in-ground Pacific pool and radiant above-ground pools that are built for upstate New York weather. Garrity offers only the best with BioGuard chemicals to keep your pool sparkling clean. Visit the professionals at Garrity Pools and Spa, 234 South Caroline Street, Herkimer, or GarrityPools.com.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
And welcome back, fans. Top of the 6th, 9-2 the score. Blue Sox ahead. Jack Sweeney, the number 3 hitter for the Blue Sox, will come to the plate. In this inning, it'll be Jack Sweeney, Anthony Peritano, and Connor McCartney. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1 to Sweeney. So Sweeney hit a home run in his last at-bat for the Blue Sox. They lead 9-2 here, top 6. Here is the windup and the pitch from Caden Wells. Outside, ball 2. And the count 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Jack Sweeney, the left fielder for the Blue Sox. Right-handed batter is Sweeney. Right-hander also is Caden Wells. 2-0 pitch on its way. And it is high for ball 3. The count now 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes here to Sweeney in the top of the 6th inning. 3-0 count. There's the windup and the pitch. There's a strike. Bottom portion of the plate, 3-1 now. As Sweeney was taking that 3-0 pitch all the way. So Caden Wells looks in, trying to get back in this count here, down 3-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, and he does this jet now 3-2. So he's brought this to a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So 3-2 here to Sweeney. Peritano on deck. Wells looks in, gets his sign from his catcher, and he delivers on the 3-2. High and outside, ball 4, and he puts a runner on. So Sweeney will take his base here in the top of the 6th inning as Anthony Peritano will make his way to the plate here for the Blue Sox. So Peritano, who reached on the fielder's choice, doubled and singled here tonight, is going to step into the batter's box. Well, the runner on first base, nobody out, top 6th. Blue Sox lead 9-2. Caden Wells looking in, looks over his shoulder, looks at the runner on at first base and delivers the pitch. Down the middle of the plate, called strike 1. So no balls and a strike here to Peritano. Runner on first base taking a short lead, being held on at first by the first baseman. 0-1 the count. And back to first goes Wells. Runner quickly getting back safely. And the count remains 0-1. That is Sweeney at first base for the Blue Sox. Wells looking to keep him close. 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And that is fouled off, and the count now 0-2. So ahead in the count here is Wells. He's going to want to keep it that way and finish off Peritano if he can, as the Dogs need no more runs being put on the board by the Blue Sox if they want to start attacking this lead. 0-2. Here's the windup and pitch to Peritano, and that ball hit sharply up the middle, and a base hit to center field. And runners now on first and second for the Blue Sox.
Now batting for Utica, extra hitter number 7 from Millersville College, Connor McCartney.
So Connor McCartney, who struck out early in the ball game, last at bat, struck out looking, comes to the plate for Utica. That is Connor McCartney, not to be mistaken with Conor McGregor, who got hurt in his UFC match. Looks like he had surgery on his ankle. His leg gave out. I'm not his ankle, his knee. His knee gave out. A lot of controversy around that, but Connor gave it a shot. A 1-0 count. That one misses for ball 1 to McCartney. A 1 ball, no strikes. Runners on first and second here for the Blue Sox. Top 6, 9-2 the lead. They're looking for more here in the top of the 6th. 1-0. And that one misses for ball 2 in the count, 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes.
Oh, yeah. Did you watch it? Yeah.
And here's the 2-0 pitch is high. I'm going to make it analogies here and say that the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dogs are kind of looking like Conor McGregor's knee after that match. Limping along. 3-0. A lot of controversy whether Conor was hurt before that. Well, who knows, right? Conor got paid. All that matters. There is ball 4, and he will take his base. And the Blue Sox have loaded the bases here in the top of the 6th. So Ethan Madison now the batter for the Blue Sox with bases loaded. As Crenshaw, the catcher, goes out to talk to Caden Wells. And not much to say here besides throw strikes, throw the ball down the middle of the plate and see if your defense can help you out here. So Crenshaw back behind the plate. Ethan Madison now at the plate. Madison was hit by a pitch in his last, it was actually a home run. I'm sorry, home run. And here's the pitch. And that one hit him in the shoulder, or in the arm, looks like. And another run's going to score as he was hit by a pitch, as I mistakenly said he was hit by a pitch last at bat, but apparently I was a little ahead of myself. And here comes Coach Luby. So Coach Luby out there at the home plate, and now he walks back to, well, they're going to say it didn't hit him. So Coach Luby, so 1-0 the count, 9-2 the score. So Coach Luby was ready. He was ready to pounce. 1-0. 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike here to Ethan Madison. Timeout is called. Madison back in the box, ready to go. And so is Wells on the mound with bases loaded. 9-2 the score. And he's going to step out of the box. And let's see what's going on here. And now it goes to 1-1. Now I know for sure the umpire turned and looked at us and said 1-0. Then he faced the other way and put the direction the other way, so it looked like 0-1. So now they've added another. It wasn't one. It was either 1-0 or 0-1. But now it's 1-1. And now it's popped up, and the second baseman is called off. I'm sorry, the shortstop called off the third base and makes the catch for out number 1. So all kinds of craziness going on here in Little Falls here tonight.
First baseman number 6 from Caldwell University, Justin Levine.
So Justin Levine now, who struck out in his last at bat. Correct, I agree. So with 1 out, bases are loaded here for for Utica. And just 1 out. There's the pitch. Inside. Catches the corner for his strike in the count, 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike here to Justin Levine. As 1 solid hit here for the Blue Sox will blow this thing even more open than it already is. 9-2 the score. Dogs trying to contain it as much as they can here in the top of the 6th. 7-inning game for both teams here. And that one is high for ball 1, and the count now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike with bases loaded here for the Blue Sox. 1 out. 9-2 the score. Top 6, sorry. And that one missing down low on the count now 2-1. The ball thrown back to the pitcher, gets away from him. And luckily the shortstop is there to scoop it up, keep everybody where they are. It's frustration all around here for Mohawk Valley. Starting to sink in a little bit. This guy's still giving it all out there, but it's tough when things aren't just bouncing your way. 9-2 the score, 2-1 the count. One out here, top 6. Here's Caden Wells with the pitch. And that one outside for ball 3 in the count, 3-1. So no place to put him here. Bases are loaded here for the Blue Sox. So Caden Wells just looking to contain things here as much as he can here in the top of the 6th. Wells ready. Levine at the plate. Here's the pitch. And there's a swing and a miss. And the count now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Justin Levine. 1 out. Wells looks in, grabs a sign from his catcher, and going to wind and deliver. And that one is popped foul. And the at-bat will continue here. And that one might be able to grab it here. And we almost... And the intern jumps out the window to get the ball. Just kidding, Mom. She's all right. We saved her. She was looking out the window and kind of... She didn't fall out the window. Probably should explain. Mom's at home thinking, like, you know, she's out the window. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3, out number 2. So Mom's listening at home. Just so you know, we have a little, like, lift here. I don't know what you call it. Where our chair's on. You got to be perfectly seated or else you'll fall off. She just leans a little over and, you know, started to lean a little too much to the right. I saved her. I mean, she was probably going down for the count. So I probably saved her life. I mean, let's not exaggerate. Yeah, I mean, let's not exaggerate here. That one is popped up into foul territory. Meanwhile, the mayor is having a, you know, flipping out at home thinking, oh my God, someone's injured. What are we going to do? It's okay. It's a joke. Everyone relax. Everything's fine. Dave's like, she's been sleeping already for an hour. No balls and 1 strike. Too bad she's probably working on dinner, and now she's like, forget it. You know what? Cook your own dinner, Dave. 1-1. Dave's like, it's more like breakfast than dinner. 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. As over here, keeping all kinds of time here. That one's popped up into right field, and hopefully he makes the catch. Then they're gonna get out of this inning. Makes the catch. The inning's over. 9-2 the score as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Time's a ticking here for the Dogs.
At GPO, we understand every member's journey is unique. That's why our employees take the time to listen, understand, and deliver personalized solutions that fit your life. From budgeting to borrowing, we're with you every step of the way. Your journey, our commitment. GPO Federal Credit Union, committed to excellence.
Number 19 from George Washington University, Brody Frecker.
And we are back for the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Brody Frecker leading things off here for the Dogs, followed by Connor Scallon and Joe Crenshaw. 9-2. Dogs need to start putting those runs out quickly here with just 2 innings left here. The bottom of the 6th and the bottom of the 7th. It's a 7-inning game due to the doubleheader. So Blue Sox winning game 1 and looking to try to win game 2 here as well. Here's the windup and the pitch by Amato in the dirt. 4-1 here to Frecker in the count of 1-0. So things not clicking here for the Dogs in game 1, and same kind of formula here in game 2. Just things not rolling along for the Dogs in the last couple of games. Looking to break out of that. We mentioned tomorrow's a new day, but this game not over yet. But the beauty of baseball is you got another game to do it until you don't. The season's starting to wind down, but the Dogs in playoff contention. They're sitting in 4th place right now, as Utica ahead of them by 2 or 2.5, I believe. 3 games. That one's popped up. Catcher throws off his mask and looking for it, can't find it, and that's going to drop. They're going to throw it to second base as the runner takes off the second, and safe at second. So the catcher could not find the ball, and it fell into the infield, and he kept running and made it all the way to second base on a close play at second. So Frecker now at second base to start things off here for the Dogs. Those are kind of a little breaks as sometimes you need to get something started here. So the Dogs trying to get it rolling here in the bottom of the 6th. Brody Frecker, leadoff hitter, gets on. Now Connor Scanlon will come to the plate here for Mohawk Valley. Nobody out. Runner on second. Amato is ready. Looks at that runner at second, not being held on. Here's the pitch. And that ball is hit. And it hits the shortstop. And that's going to score a run. And maybe that's the break they needed. A run scores. As that has scored a hit by the scorekeeper up here in the booth. And so Connor Scanlon with a hit now. Joe Crenshaw. So a run scores on the hit. And now the score 9-3. And this is how you do it, folks. 1 run at a time. At first, the lead looks big, but you start chipping away, and all of a sudden, you get a little closer. Remember, there's still 2 innings left of baseball here. That one, a strike to Crenshaw, 0-1 now. So no balls and 1 strike here. Again, Dogs have nobody out. Bottom 6, runner on first base. Already scored a run, and that ball is popped up. Here comes the third baseman as it's in foul territory, and he makes the grab for out number 1. So Crenshaw pops out in foul territory, and that'll bring up Wesley Alfonso. So here's Wesley Alfonso for Mohawk Valley with 1 out and a runner on first. Dogs are down 6. Alfonso takes a deep breath and steps into the batter's box, ready to face Johnny Amato. Amato's got 1 out, a runner on first. Pitch by Amato, misses for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes here to Wesley Alfonso. Alfonso walked in his last at bat, also singled here tonight. 1-0 count. Here's the windup and the pitch now by Johnny Amato. Takes a long look before he delivers the pitch. And that one misses down low for ball 2. So 2-0. Amato looking to find the strike zone here against Alfonso. Alfonso looking to find a way to get on base. 2-0 with 1 out. Runner on first. And that pitch down the center of the plate called strike 1. The count now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Harsh Venkat on deck here for the Dogs. 2-1 with 1 out. Amato delivers. Ball hit hard to the third baseman. He scoops it, goes to second, over to first, and they get the double play to end the inning. Not what the Dogs needed. And they score a run. 9-3 is the score.
At Hummel's Office Plus, our customers remain our #1 priority. Hi, Central New York. This is Justin Hummel, CEO of Hummel's Office Plus. If you are in need of a reliable, competitive, and consistent business product supplier, give Hummel's a try. We offer customized pricing, free next-day delivery, and personalized service. With our wide assortment of office supplies, janitorial supplies, furniture, and everything else you need for your workplace, Hummel's is your go-to for all your business products.
fielder number 8 from Lafayette College, Bowden Fersler.
And we are back. Dylan Ancelli now the pitcher for Mohawk Valley here in the top of the 7th. So top of the 7th, a 7-inning game here in game 2. 9-3 is the score, and that one is high and inside by Ancelli. They count 1-0. So 1 ball, no strikes. Here's Ancelli with the windup and the pitch. And that is popped foul. And they count 1-1. Connor Jones, the batter here for the Blue Sox. 1-1 pitch from Ancelli on its way. High and inside. And they count 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Actually, sorry. Bowden Fernster, the batter. Number 8 looks like a number 1 at first. 2-1. Nobody out. Top 7. So the Dogs need to hold them here and put up 7 runs to walk it off. And there's a swing and a miss, and they count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes here from Ancelli. First of the batter, Carvelli on deck. And there is strike 3 for out number 1. Big swing and a miss there by Fernster. So Robbie Carvelli. Now the batter for the Blue Sox. As Ancelli just looking to get these guys out and get his team to the bottom of the 7th and see what happens. They are down 6. There's Mohawk Valley. That one is hit over the head of the second baseman into right field. And that's a single for Carvelli. And we go back to the top of the order with Michael Flachner. So here's Michael Flachner with 1 out and a runner on first base here in the top of the 7th. Dylan Ancelli, the right-handed pitcher on the mound for Mohawk Valley. Flachner, a lefty. Here's the windup now on pitch by Ancelli. And that's fouled off on the third base side. And the count jumps to 0-1. So if you came to the game today, you got 2 for the price of 1. But if you're a Dogs fan, not too happy. And they throw back to first base. Runner slides back quickly. If you want to see the Dogs again, they'll be back here on Thursday night as Amsterdam comes to town. So that'll always be a fun matchup. That's another big rivalry between these two. Here's the pitch. Outside. And the count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 here to Flagner. Runner on first. Taking a short lead, being held on. Here's Ancelli now with the 1-1. Outside ball 2. And 2-1 now the count. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And that one misses. Outside for ball 3, and the count now 3-1 to Flagner. The Dogs can't afford any more runs. Already down 9-3 here in the top of the 7th. They'll have 1 chance in the bottom of the 7th, at least tie it up. They want to force extra innings. As we are all cheering with our pom-poms. 3-1. 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Right now?
3-2. You're the mayor, he said. That one is popped up into left field, and the catch is made. And the count 3-2. So that one popped into foul there. It's popped up. It was caught as 2 outs.
After 11?
So 2 outs. So with 2 outs. And that one is hit on the ground past the second baseman into right field. And the inning will continue here for the Blue Sox. And the runners now on first and second with 2 outs. And a 9-3 lead for Utica. So Jack Sweeney now the batter. Sweeney has hit a home run in this game already. And he will step in the box here to face Ancelli here in the top of the 7th with runners on first and second. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. 9-3 lead for the Blue Sox. Here's Ancelli with the pitch. Outside, that gets away from the catcher, and the runners are going to advance. And now runners in scoring position here for the Blue Sox at second and third as that ball creeped away from Crenshaw. So 1-0 to Sweeney, who will wait at the plate, waiting for the pitcher to get back on the mound. As Ancelli. Ancelli picks up the rosin bag. Hot and humid and gets sweaty. You want to make sure that hand is dry when you're tossing that ball. 1-0 pitch. And that one hits him in the hand. And so he will take his base. Will Sweeney, as that one appeared to hit him in the hand. And now runners on first, second, and third here. So bases loaded here for Anthony Peritano. So Peritano steps into the box here with 2 outs. And Chelly, look at the shut him down here and end the inning. And that one misses for ball 1 in the count, 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes, 2 outs. That one misses, and the count 2-0. We are up here like losing our minds, I think. Like, Ezzo's talking about the witching hour. Dave's talking to himself behind me over here about ordinances that don't even exist in the city. Just making stuff up. 2-1, and you got Ezzo, who's like, he's like becoming a mayor. He's like, I'm gonna put a new ordinance out and not play music after a certain hour here. Hey. 2-1. The heat's got to us, folks. That one misses for ball 3. 3-1. Hey, at least we're still laughing up here. We're probably badly dehydrated. We all look different when we came in than we do when we look out. We all lost 10 pounds. We had dinner like 5 hours ago, I think it was. They forgot about us up here. 3-1. Yeah. So the concession stand's been closed for hours. They open for breakfast in like 10 minutes. 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. Let's see what Ancelli does here. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one is fouled off again. So the Blue Sox in no hurry to get back to Utica. I mean, they know if they can keep playing a little longer, they'll get the Denny's discount for breakfast. So Utica kind of being smart here. They know if they play a little longer, the signs of McDonald's will change over to breakfast. We all love that. You know how it is. Like, you're waiting, you want lunch, but it's not time yet. So So just foul off a bunch of balls and you'll have breakfast here in a little while. And there's another one. So he definitely got the message. Yeah, you'll find all of us here in the booth at like your local breakfast establishment here in a little while. We're going for hotcakes, pancakes, sausage. Put it on the grill. 3 and 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. I think the mayor's going to send a message. She's going to have a proclamation. She's going to be like, breakfast is on me after the game. Come on over to my house. Pancakes are on. That's how we do it here in Little Falls. And you're all invited. So whoever's out there, wherever you are, come on down. 3 and 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And there is ball 4. And another run will come across. And we joke about the breakfast, but I think, folks, we're going to have it soon because the Blue Sox are in no hurry to get back to Utica. So 10-3 the score. And Shelley still the pitcher on the mound with bases loaded again here. So 2 outs here for the Blue Sox. And that one is popped up. And catch is made. And the inning is over. 10-3. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Let's see what happens. Back after this.
Spring into action and get started on your home projects with Little Falls Lumber. Get your free estimate today for that project, big or small. Little Falls Lumber. They're always happy to help.
Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations and speak to one of our knowledgeable salesmen about your next project.
At NBT Bank, we know that this day starts with this one. This day starts with this one. Because no matter how unforgettable the extraordinary days are, there's a lot of every day that leads up to them. You can count on NBT Bank to help you get started. NBT Bank, it starts here.
And we are back for the bottom of the 7th. Harsh Ramanyana Venkak is the batter. He's going to lead things off here for the Dogs. And the mission is simple. They got to score 7 runs if they want to tie this up. 8 to win it. Well, let's go. So 10-3 is the score. Here is Venkak. And Amato is the pitcher on the mound for Utica. Here's the windup and the pitch. And there's a called strike. And they count 0-1. So it'll be Venkak, Valdez Jr., and then we go back to the top of the order with Eric Diaz. 0-1 pitch, here it comes. And just a little high, and counting 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Still a couple families still hanging around here. A lot of the players' families, host families, usually hang around to talk to the players, give them encouragement. Sometimes I got stuff for them. 2-1. Food for the players will be available. I'm sure these guys are hungry. 2-1 the count. And that one high and inside 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike now. So 3 balls and a strike here to Venkak. 3-1 count. Here's the pitch. inside, ball 4. And here we go. Things have gotten started the way they want here. As we say, you got to get on base. So here we go. And it'll be the bottom of the order here for the Dogs with Roberto Valdez Jr. with nobody out, runner on first. So Valdez Jr. now will step into the batter's box here for Mohawk Valley. We are in the second game of the doubleheader. Utica took the first one a long time ago, and now we are here in the bottom of the 7th. In a 7-inning game, the Dogs got to put some runs on the board if they want a chance here. But they got to do it here in the bottom of the 7th, in the final frame. 1-0 the count. When Dave called the first game, he was a year younger. And he steals the base there, and now runner on second base. So 2-0. Now we say Dave is very active. He does a lot of things. He's very busy, but it is way past his bedtime, man. I mean, he stays up late, edits his pictures, mows his lawns, whatever else he does. Goes to the moon, see what's going on Mars. I mean, he's got to go home. He's got things to do. I mean, he edited all his pictures already, 3-0 the count, so that's good. That's off the checklist. Then he's got to go home and check what's going on Mars. I mean, Jupiter, he usually checks it, but he'll probably wait till the morning. You know, make sure. Then he goes, counts the stars, make sure no stars fall out of the sky, and then he goes to bed. Dave, we're all gonna come over. He said Dave's worried that no one knows where he lives, but we're all coming over for breakfast. I think he forgot already. And there is ball 4. So ball 4 puts Valdez at first base. So the Dogs doing what they need to do here, getting on base. First 2 batters both have gotten on base. So back to the top of the order we go with Eric Diaz. And trip out to the mound for Utica. Well, folks, it sounds like we're actually up against the clock now because this game's been on so long. We have a kind of a timer that puts us on the air. And we're playing in the wee hours here. So Utica made a trip to the mound here with a 10-3 lead because they know they can wait a little bit longer. They get that special discount at Denny's tonight. You know, you get that change and shift. You get the good guys coming in for breakfast, and those guys really know how to cook the breakfast. If you show up at Denny's right around 11, you're getting the guys who are still making the dinner. But the shift changes, and you have the guys who make breakfast. No, closed? Oh, I didn't know that. Has it really? Oh, the Denny's is no longer around. I didn't know that. I knew the Burger King is under construction. So we'll have a brand new Burger King whenever that's completed. So that'll look nice, I'm sure. One ball, no strikes. There's Eric Diaz at the plate. Runners on first and second.
And the All-Star game is over. American League.
American League winners in the All-Star game. So that's a wrap. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Soccer's done, baseball's done. We're still here.
Yeah, I mean, the World Cup will be over soon. So if we keep playing here, I mean, Spain punched his ticket. A few hours, Argentina will kick off. And that one misses for ball 2 in the count, 2-1. Azzel's got to work in a couple hours. I have to do the same. We're all in the same boat. We're all. My clothes are in the car, so I can just jump right back in my clothes and just go. Ella's sleeping in. And that one is popped up. And in the foul territory, third baseman drops it. Yeah. So just keep going. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as the pop-up was dropped. Ella's still cheering up here. She's got the clap going on still.
Why do they keep looking at their wrists? You don't have the quarterback, quarterbacks of it? So the pitcher needs to know
2 and 2.
Yes.
What friggin' play? It's not that complex.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
No, the pitcher doesn't keep the count on it.
3 and 2. Full count now. And we've never played this late, and now we're starting to see why. Dave turns into something different at 11:15. 3 and 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. He's a very pleasant man, and all of a sudden, he's getting angry on us. That one has popped up, and let's see. The third baseman has a second chance here to make the play, and he does. And that is out number 1. So the Dogs have 2 more outs here to keep this inning going here, down 10-3. So Jake Hardy, now the batter. With 1 out. And there's a swing and a foul tip to Hardy in the count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second. Here's the windup and the pitch. It is high. 4-1 in the count, 1-1. So a ball and a strike here to Hardy. So on deck is Kyle Coleman. So Hardy awaits the pitch here from Amato. 1-1 pitch. With the 1 out, runners on first and second for the Dogs. Bottom 7, down 10-3. Here's the windup and the pitch from Amato. And there's a foul ball on the count, 1-2. So a ball and 2 strikes. More baseballs coming into the ball game. Surprised we haven't run out. So 1 and 2 will reset here and do it all over again with Hardy at the plate, ready as Amato is just about ready to deliver the 1-2. Looks at the runner at second base, taking a pretty big lead. Here's the pitch in the dirt. 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. I know. 2-2. My wife texted me a couple hours ago, how's the game? I said, all right. And that one throws back to first base as the runner gets back quickly. And that is strike 3. So down to their final out here are the Dogs. So Kyle Coleman now will have to keep things going with 2 outs. Well, with 2 outs, Kyle Coleman can keep things going for us here and keep us here longer. Yes. Here's the pitch. Down low for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. With 2 outs, runners on first and second, taking short leads. Dogs down just 10-3. They only need 7 runs here in the bottom of the 7th. And it's all up to Kyle Coleman to be the spark. I started this ball game, well, I started the first game with a coffee from Anthrax. I need another one. I should have bought more. Anthrax. Anthrax, whatever it's called. It was good. 2-0. There is strike one, the count, 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. I did have a lot of coffee today. I was in Syracuse. I had coffee at the Water Street Cafe. Then I had coffee in the office with that little K-cup machine. Then I had coffee here in Little Falls. But that's not helping right now. 2-2. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I still feel pretty good. All right, we're down to our final strike. So the rally's going to have to be strong here with 2 outs. And 2 strikes here to Coleman. So Amato is trying to send us home here. Let's see if the Dogs will say, let's stay a little longer. 2-2. Here's the windup and the pitch from Amato. And that has popped up. And it is dropped in foul territory. And we'll keep going. Just a little longer, folks. So if you're still hanging out with us, you got one eye open, hang with us. If you're still listening wherever you are, I'm sure you've gone through the snack cupboard a couple of times, right? I mean, you've gone through the bag of potato chips, you've gone through the pint of ice cream, you've hit the chocolate milk. 2-2. And here's the pitch, and it is high. So with a 3-2 count. So I'm going to go out on a limb here, folks, and say runners on first and second. If they walk Coleman here, you got to go back to the snack cupboard. You got to go get the peanuts. Go get the honey glazed peanuts. Let's see if we can go to the snack cupboard one more time here. 3-2. Here is the windup and the pitch to Coleman. And ball 4, so get up, go get your peanuts. They at least have one more batter.
Left fielder number 19 from George Washington University, Brody Freaker.
So Brody Freaker, bases loaded here for the Dogs. So this could get a little interesting. If Brody decides to go yard here, we got ourselves a 10-7 ball game. Here's the pitch to Freaker. Down the middle for a call, strike, and the count 0-1. So if you went to the cupboard, you got to get back quick because it's an 0-1 count. But the rate we're going, you could probably put a hot dog on the grill. I mean, put 2 on the grill. I'll be over in a little bit. 0-1, 2 outs. I'm making all kinds of friends on Little Fall. I'm showing up at everyone's house. 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Everyone's locking their doors. They're like, dude, I know which way he goes home. He lives in Westmoreland. There's only 2 ways to get home. They're like, he only goes down Route 5 or he goes on the thruway. So just lock your doors, dude. 1-1. And that ball is hit on the ground, and it gets past the shortstop. Here's 1 run. There's 2 runs. And we're going to keep going. 10-5. I told you, folks, you didn't believe me, but you had time to put the hot dogs on. And so the pitching coach is going to come out. And this might be a pitching change. All right, folks, I wasn't joking. So now that the hot dogs are on the grill, you got time to make a salad. So make a salad, like a cucumber tomato salad if you could. And we're going to take a quick break, catch our breath, and be back.
Little Falls, New York combines the charms of a small town with the conveniences of a much larger city. Of course, you'd expect to find welcoming people, beautiful scenery, family-friendly activities, and plenty to do outdoors. But you might be surprised to find that Little Falls, New York also has an espresso bar, gem shop, art center, French restaurant, antique centers, local hospital, and extensive civic services and amenities. Not to mention homes both beautiful and affordable, nestled in a dramatic natural setting amongst steep hills that descend to the Mohawk River and Erie Canal. Little Falls, New York. It's a great place to spend a few days or a lifetime.
And we are back. We have a new pitcher on the mound for Utica. As a nice breeze comes through here. And Drake Aycock now the pitcher for Utica here in the bottom of the 7th. 10-5 is the score with 2 outs. And the pitch comes across to Connor Scanlon for a called strike 1. And the Dogs have runners on first and third. They're making this thing interesting. 10-5 here the score. And here we go with the pitch. A sidearm pitcher. And there is strike 2. So again, down to their final strike here are the Dogs. They've been here before. So let's see what Scanlon can do here. Down 0-2 in the hole. Here's the pitch. And swing and a miss. And that will do it for the ball game. A long ball game. The Dogs lose this one 10-5. They go 0-2 tonight. And a long game. So thanks for staying with us tonight, folks. We'll be back here on Thursday night. I'm Pete Pagliaro. Have a great night.